Hello. Hello, hello. What are you all doing? I'm just messing around with some shit here. I really want cake today. Oh, this is not good. Let's do it. Can I? Oh. Previous system bug seems to have been fixed, but new ones keep coming up. I fixed one yesterday, yet more oddities still coming in. I may be switching to MX. What system are you using? You forgot to talk about that, by the way. And I need to change to live chat instead of top chats. Yeah, I was at the shop today, and I'm a little bit pissed that I didn't bought any cake. To be honest, I'm a little bit pissed I didn't buy any cake today. Endeavor was KDE. So is it KDE box or Arts box? I will just I'm running Fedora, not Fedora, Manjaro today. There you go. Oh, we have an update available. What kind of update do we have? I updated this yesterday. INXI, of course. Of course. Endeavor OS. I used to like Endeavor OS. Now it's meh. Oh, Opera is the only browser I have installed on this one here. This is going to aggravate a lot of people. Endeavor OS updates. Now Compositor is exhibiting strange behavior, especially in VirtualBox. Yeah, I think that could be Arch Linux. Have you tried a vanilla Arch Linux distribution like Easy Arch or any other Arch distributions to see if it's the same there or if it's a tweak that they have done? But I think it could be Arch Linux because Endeavor OS don't really tweak the packages that much, to be honest. If at all. If at all. Dab. Kate. I kind of like the name Kate. Updates turned off compositor at startup without my knowledge. Oh! Oh, well, then they are tweaking the shit out of it. I haven't... I have Endeavor OS installed, but I haven't booted into it in like a month or so. So I want... I'm doing an experiment. I want to keep it and then wait like 6 months and then try and update it and make a video about how is Arch to update X amount of months after, if you haven't touched the update for X amount of months. Is it a hassle? Is it pointless? Or so not pointless. Is it effortless? You know. How is the update experience if you just run Arch without updating it for X amount of months? So I just leave it as it was back when I closed it down the last time, and I haven't booted into it at all or updated it. I will not trust installing Gurada Linux or any other Arch-based distribution for that. Didn't you, like... Were you not like a Gurada Linux fan at some point? Like, I remember that you were really into Gurada Linux. What happened? What happened? Did it take your firstborn? Oh shit, that's not what I want to do it in here. English Bob. I just noticed that the good old EB got a new laptop. Oh. Yeah, Lenovo laptop. Which one was it?
Med24.dk.
Oh my god, the crackling is amazing. Skip the ads. I don't want a free trial. I was really interested in Gurada, but if I'm switching to the Debian base, it's not in the cards. Oh, you want... Okay. Ambience. I put EndeavourOS on our terrible laptop. I liked EndeavourOS when they didn't do much, okay? Now with all the extra tools and stuff like that, I don't like them that much anymore. Because they're trying to go down the Manjaro route here. I liked EndeavourOS when it was just Arch Linux with a little bit of tweaks. Now it's Arch Linux with a lot of tweaks. Cinemod kernel if my laptop. Hey Spin Viking, I hope you're having an amazing day, man. Oh, it cannot run 5.10 or earlier. That reminds me. We should have a new kernel update here. Because 5.17 is out. Oh, it's still only experiment on Manjaro. I know OpenSUSE have 5.17. Because under Tumbleweed I'm running 5.17. But the Manjaro must not have deemed it stable enough then. Okay, so this is his laptop. That's kinda neat. That's kinda a neat laptop. What's good? What's good? Ah, not much. Just chillaxing. Just chillaxing. So I don't. Again, I run 5.17 under Tumbleweed, and it works under VirtualBox. I have no issues with VirtualBox under on kernel 5 under Tumbleweed with 5.17. What is my favorite distro these days? I have no idea. I tend to spend most of my time in either OpenSUSE, Tumbleweed, or Kubuntu. That's where I tend to spend most of my time. But I really don't have a favorite distribution. I like them all for different reasons. They all bring something different to the table. If I should main a Linux distribution, it would either be Kubuntu or Tumbleweed or Manjaro. It would be one of those three. Maybe Pop OS. But I'm a little bit over the Pop OS hype. And I don't know how the Cosmic Desktop is going to pan out. So I'm a little bit... Windy Hill, that's a neat hairdos he got there. Maybe I should watch this live stream at some point. I've never been a fan of MX Linux, to be honest. Changing VirtualBox settings on 5.17 turns off the K-Wing compositor. Well, I am running KDE under the Tumbleweed install. Yeah. Yeah, I am running... I just had to think a little bit here. But yeah, I am running KDE under Tumbleweed. I'm a little bit on a KDE trip. That's why I use Tumbleweed, because it is natively installed with KDE. And I use Manjaro right now, natively installed with KDE. And Kubuntu. And like I said, I've been running the 5.17 kernel for a couple of days, if not longer, on Tumbleweed with KDE. But I am running X11 Is it because you are under VLAN instead of X11 though? I don't use VLAN at all because it's too unstable. I always run X11 in VirtualBox. Because VLAN in VirtualBox has a lot of issues. It's not on VLAN. Oh, I never use KDE, but hey, I'm on OpenBox right now. I used to like OpenBox, but the fact that it has not been developed or looked at for over 5 years makes me really scary of using it, because there could be backdoors, security problems in OpenBox, and they are not going to get fixed. So I don't like to run hardware or software, sorry, that's not been maintained for 5+ years. It's a little bit makes me a little bit worried. Let's see if we can find their they should have a link to their GitHub or something like that, right? Or am I just searching it? Here, GitHub. 10 years ago, 7 years ago, 8 years ago, 14 years ago, 20 years ago. I'm just looking at when the last time anyone had committed anything here. So 7 years ago, yeah, it's too old for me, man. It's too old for me. Like, you could be running VirtualBox right now, and you could allow people to backdoor into not VirtualBox, sorry, OpenBox. You could be running OpenBox right now, and there could be a backdoor in it that allow anyone to go in and take your bikini pictures of yourself, and it's not going to get fixed. It's stable like XFCE. Yeah, it's stable, but we don't know if there's any unfixed security risks in it. I can understand 1 or 2 or 3 years that, you know, I will still be running it, but 7 years, that's too long for me. That's too long. Make it. Oh, so that's their script, so they can convert it to a deb file. So they're testing for Ubuntu and deb. Oh. Oh, interesting. Try. Just you know, install Endeavor, not Endeavor. Just install it on your already installed install and see if it works, and then, you know, purge KDE with the, I can't remember the pacman command to purge right now, but definitely use the purge command. It takes the configuration files and the dependencies with it also. It's an old lady. Do we have any license though? The GPL 2.0. What about pull requests? Okay, so people are pulling from it. So there must be community editions of OpenBox then. This was last year. Hey Lamer, how are you? Are you still cuddling DistroTube and sending him flowers and chocolate and expressing your undying love towards him? But I will keep KDE though and go back. Yeah, you can do that. Why not run Ice VM or something like that? You know, like a really slimmed down Windows manager that takes like 5 megabytes or something like that. Maybe more than 5 megabytes, but it's really slim, and it's active develop. I don't know how big this is though. It's like 15? 100 megabytes maybe? I do like IceVM. Just woke up, just downloading Ubuntu 22.04 beta. Yeah, when 20.04 is coming out, I'm doing another video on updating 21.10 to 22.04. Because that's how you do it, I guess. They should have a screenshot section. There it is. Yeah, you're probably right there, Joseph. It don't support display scaling. Yeah. You probably are better served with XFCE. Well, it probably does if you go into configuration files and hack your way to display scaling. But hey, why make your life more complicated than it has to be? I kind of like this. It's actually not bad looking. If you get like IceVM and Slam or Compositor on top of it, it's actually not bad looking. I always, on rolling releases, I tend to have IceVM installed just in case something fucks up. Because it can almost boot on anything. But of course it don't, have support for Wayland and all of the newer technologies. Overnight. Oh, you're downloading it overnight. Do you have really crappy internet? Like, what is your download speed? Commit. If I run IceVM on a 4K external display, everything would be too small. Yeah, that's what C said, man. Sometimes small is good. It's not the size, but how you use it. Remember that. It's not bad. I mean, I downloaded at 2 a.m. and just now woke up and it's done. Oh, how big is the new download? How big is it? Tiami Jellyfish. I kind of like that name. Oh, it's almost 4 gigabytes. Linux is getting bloated as fuck. Right? Like, I remember a day when you downloaded Linux and you downloaded like a somewhat average distribution. It was like 400 megabytes or 500 megabytes. Now they are massive. Like, this is like almost the size of Windows, man. You have a 43-inch UHD TV. I want your TV. I don't have room for it, but I want it. Jammy desktop. I should look into... Oh yeah, it's this month that comes out, right? I should download the beta and have a little bit of a fiddle around with it then. Nah, I just wait. Yeah, I just wait. I just edited a video about your best friend in the world, Lamer. And I'm still in shock. Yeah, Linux Lite back in the day was like 500 megabytes or something like that. Like 5-10 years ago, or, well, not even. It's how big is the arts? How big is the arts ISO? Because that's like a bare minimum Linux, you know, ISO. Let's just take Australia here. Hey, mate. Where do we have it? Holy fucking shit. It's almost 900 megabytes for Arch Linux. Wow. Wow. Is the kernel that big now? Yeah, it's only 40 something megabytes, right? The kernel. If I get the laptop on my old 1080p monitor, then I can run anything with the latest Linux 5.11 kernel, including Fedora. I guess it got bigger because... No, the install script don't take up that much. The install script is like 1 or 2 megabytes. The install script is like... it's negligible. Let's see if we can find the official Arch Linux. Oh, there's a dog fucking whining outside because people can't fucking take care of their dog. Here it is. I think this is the one. Yeah, this is the one. Let's download this one and see how big it is. Oh, I just did. Oh, well. Fuck me then. Trash that. And let's see how big it is. Yeah, it's 3 megabytes. 3 megabytes for the whole script. It's a Python. This is the script. Profile. Yeah, it's not that big. Scripts don't take much space though. So it's not this. Is it the package manager? Like, is it Pac-Man? Could it be Pac-Man that takes up that much space? Because the kernel plus the install script is like, let's just say 50 megabytes or 60 megabytes. Let's just say 100. That's still 724 megabytes unaccounted for. Of course, there's a lot of odds and ends, you know. Universal display drivers and basic display drivers and stuff like that. The GCC, the G compiler is also getting hefty. Hey, the bro, how are you, man? Let's get some help. Mission state. I love this shit. Mission statement. What is the Arch Linux principles? I have never looked at that. Scripting your own install. Testing. Without a live ISO. Oh, okay, simplicity, modernity. Okay. Pragmatic. User sensuality. Versatility. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. I like this. I like this sentence here. Arch Linux strives to maintain the latest stable release version of its software, as long as the systematic package brackets can be reasonably avoided. I would go with it should be avoided by all cost, but yeah, it's it's okay if things fucks up a little bit. It's okay if your computer blows up once in a while. Well, you have to have bootstrap here. So the whole bootstrap is like almost 200 megabytes. Let's see what's in that one then. Wow, the download speed is slow from that website. And come on. There you go, buddy. I knew you had the power in you. Let's extract that little sucker. So is this just like a bare minimum file system? It looks like it. Yeah, it actually looks like it. This is your Linux file system. How big is it? Almost 500 megabytes. For a basic Linux file system. What do they have in the scale folder? Nothing. Oh, wait. Show hidden files. There is something in here. We have a bash logout. Bash profile. Yeah, that's not much in the bash profile. And the bash RC. Yeah, this is this is Arch Linux bash RC default bash RC file apparently. So we have an alias for ls and a prompt configuration. Cool. What else do we have in here? mtab. Where's fs tab? Oh, OS release. So it's of course the latest version of Arch Linux we're looking at here. This could be interesting to look at in a video. The file system here. Hey Russell. Yeah, the latest package list. So 111 packages. Can we yeah, they're also only using the 5.16 kernel. So Tumbleweed have a newer kernel than Arch then. That's interesting. Like, that's really, really interesting. Yeah, that's really interesting. Yeah, here, 5.17.1. Tumbleweed, I will say this, if you want the latest and greatest, Tumbleweed seems to be way faster with delivering newer software than Arch does. And it's more stable than Arch is. That's really, yeah, that's interesting. Let me put it that way. And under Leap, you can get a community repo that has kernel 5.16.2. Interesting. Interesting. I kind of want to boot into Leap now, or OpenSUSE now. Hey, thanks a lot, man. I hope you're doing well and enjoying your weekend. But thanks a lot, man. Here it is. So the RPM package of the kernel... Oh, here it is. It must be the base one here. Is 46 megabytes. And the default is 168. Or 86. I can't fucking speak today. My dyslexia is really kicking in today. I do like SUSE. I do like OpenSUSE. I just wish it was... I wish it did more for the community. Like, I wish it did the same... Like, they were in the same nature of Ubuntu. Because Ubuntu do a lot. So 7 days ago we got kernel... Oh, that's 5.1. Or 5.17.1. 7 days ago. Accept all. Give me all. Oh, maybe we should... maybe we should read some Reddit posts. They are really funny. Especially when the fanboys creeps out of the woodworks. It can be really funny to read the Reddit posts. Oh, here, I just went back to 5.16, updated to 5.17, but my fingerprint failed to detect the device. Oh, so it must be the, you know, the unlock thingy. You can check yes software. GUI, it has lock mechanism. You should report it to the maintainers though. Hey, Homic. Can't see cinnamon on my APU. It freezes can't use, sorry. Oh my god, my brain. Cinnamon on my APU. It freezes. XFCE just works fine. Have they updated the base for cinnamon lately? Like modder or what the fuck it's called, a display driver? I do like the lizard people. I like that they have this here, how to support OpenSUSE as a non-developer. Let's talk a little bit about this, because a lot of people tend to forget that you don't need to be a coder to support a project. You can, you know, development time, translation time, web development, if that's what you know about, you know, research. Help them find documentation for things they need finding documentation for. marketing, moderating, moderate forums, Reddit pages, help people out, go and help people out in on Reddit and forums and stuff like that, There are so many things you can do if you're not a developer. Oh. Developing, giving development support is only a small part of it. Hey, Josa, or Japanin, I can't pronounce your name correctly, it seems. Open source is good, but when installing a program, it gets annoying asking for a million questions. I understand why they do it, but they need to start. Yeah, so I don't care button. So what I do under open source is if I just install GNOME software or what the fuck is it called? The one from Dolph within KDE. What is it called now? Why can't I remember that? The package manager for KDE, I can't remember its name. And then I just install packages that way, or I use the command line. That it works perfectly. You can use GNOME software or the software center for KDE without any problems with OpenSUSE. It works just as well as under, if you're using Ubuntu or something like that. But yeah, they are a little bit. Discover, there you go. Thank you so much. Discover, yeah. They do. It's the German in them. It's the German engineering mindset to do it the way that they're doing it. They want to make sure that you have all the information that you need so you can make an informed decision. Even though most of us just will I don't give a fuck, just uninstall or install this shit here. But theoretically, it's to help people not making mistakes. But how many read the quest text, Is Spark Linux tested XFCE a good option for... Yeah, it's drawing from the Debian testing repos, Joseph. So yeah, it should work just as stable as Debian testing. And Debian testing is massively stable. Hey, Wheelet. Mr. Friedman. So yeah, Spark Linux is an amazing Debian-based distribution. Oh. No, I haven't yet. I have Windows 11 at the moment. Works fine. I use Linux in a VM now. Yeah, I love Linux in VMs. It's beautiful in a VM. Knowing me, I click that I don't care button and the distro will break and wonder why it broke. Yeah, that's the, that's your app suggestions. Oh. Sparky Linux is a really, really good distribution, and they are really in... Oh, for fuck's sake, the ads. Can I just close it? There you go. They are really in touch with their community also, which a lot of people is not. And they are made in Poland, and Poland's part of EU, so I have a little bit of a sweet spot for them. But I used to run Sparky Linux a little while ago. Oh, well, quite some years ago. 44 thoughts on Sparky Linux download page. Okay. Maybe we should not have that many. What is Spreadwolf? This is a new application available for Spark or Spreadwolf. Oh, it's a WebKit-oriented browser. And here's a fun thing. If we go here and we Google WebKit. Let's... WebKit is the basis for almost all browsers we are using today. WebKit is a browser engine developed by Apple and primarily used in Safari web browser as well as iOS browser. WebKit is also used by the BlackBerry browser, the PlayStation console, blah 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 blah. WebKit has been used in a lot of browsers. It's fun to think about people being anti-Apple and anti-Microsoft, and then they're using stuff, basically building their software around stuff that they develop. I find that really funny. Can we get that under Manjaro though? I think that's the couldn't find target bit. Did I spell it right? Oh, Batwolf. Oh. How could Debian testing be very stable if it used blah blah blah? At least it could have stuck with Plasma 5.22, which has more stable and less shenanigans. Debian put a lot of effort into testing their software. So when we talk Debian, you should not look that much on the number version, because they tweak their software a lot to make sure it's stable and secure. Like, if you want the most secure distribution beside, like, a containerized immutable file system distribution, run Debian. Because they do everything in their power to make sure that, and I mean Debian stable, because they do everything in their power to make sure that their distribution is the most stable that it can be. The Linux community needs to be less emotional and more practical. I'm kind of new, but that's what I think. I'm really sorry to burst your bubble, but that will not happen. Because Linux is so politically charged because of some main figures in the Linux community that they get a following. They already have a big following, and they are doing everything that they want, that they say. So until those people go away, that will be it. Look up open source versus free software foundation, because open source and free software is not the same thing. Open source is not the same as the GNU people, or GNU license, or GPL license. Open source is a philosophy, just like free software, and the GPL is a philosophy. And the Free Software Foundation don't like open source, because open source is just like you, practical. Let's get shit done, Let's try and do the best we can to keep the source code open, but if it's needed and if it makes sense, we're also okay with it being closed. Where the Free Software Foundation is like, no. I have a video called Free Software for Linux versus FSS. FSS. Watch that one. It's like a 3-minute video, I think it is. Let's see here. And I basically take some here, this one here. Linux versus Free Software Foundation. And I basically take out some snippets where Linus Torvalds talks about his philosophy around coding and stuff like that. And Richard Stallman talks about his philosophy with coding and stuff like that. And you clearly see that those two are not compatible. Debian stable with the, you can install the Cinnamon kernel. Here's the thing, Joseph. You're a smart guy. You should be able to install any kernel you want on any Linux distribution. Like, let's be honest here. And I actually think they already have a deb file available. How do I spell it? Again, my dyslexia is really bad today. Hello, my friend. I want to install Bloat on Debian 11 with Ludwig, but it's not working. I've tried multiple times. Oh, you have. I will say you have to go to the Ludwig forums or something like that, because it could be a Ludwig problem. Within the Ludwig software layer. That's the word I'm looking for. And if it's not a problem with loot Swiss, I will try Debian 11 and go, or Debian forums and go in there and ask them. Because it could be so many problems. It could be a Debian problem, a kernel problem, a library problem, a loot Swiss problem, a display driver problem, and it's really hard. And this is the problem with Linux to some extent, is that it's really hard to help people without having, you know, a dump file that's 200 lines long. Because we need to know what distribution are you running, what software are you running, what kernel are you running, what libraries are you running, and blah 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 blah. So I'm really sorry to say that you probably have to go to the either Debian forum or the Luchus forums. But I don't know what is that program, by the way. I don't know that program. Let's look it up. Run. Oh, it's a game. Oh, it's a card game. Cool. Cool. Yeah, I will try the Lutzwis forums. It could just be that it's not working on the VirtualBox though. Let's look at the kernel here. Let's close this one down. Oh, the current proprietary NVIDIA driver, VirtualBox driver, VMware Workstation Player, and some other DKM's modules built do not officially support their kernel. Maybe you should use another kernel then, Joseph. And here's a guide on how to install Xander mods on Debian 11 Bullseye. Let's see what they are telling us what to do. So we have to add their repo. Oh, you just have to add their repo, Joseph. You basically just have, you just have to add their repo. You just add their repo to your kernel list. Hey DJ Way, how are you, man? You just have to add your the Xenomod repo to your source list, and then you can install it on the Debian. Finally got out of bed and making my Kubuntu stick. That sounds really dirty, by the way. It sounds like a fish stick or something like that. A good old fish stick. Yeah, you just add the repo to a Debian. And of course update crop and what have you not. Seems to be quite easy. If you're planning on trying out gaming on Linux, I recommend you dual boot. Well, a lot of people want to game under Linux because they don't want to game under Windows. So it kinda, even though it makes sense, they won't do it. They won't do it. If stated that VirtualBox does not support Edge or RT versions, not mentioning the standard version, so Cinema should work for me as long as it is the standard version. Yeah, it should be. It should be, Joseph. Yeah, that's what I get from it anyway. That's how I read it, and I could be reading it wrong, but that's Dear Sparkers. I like that they call the community Sparkers. Gaming on VirtualBox. Yeah, so here's the thing. Some games is okay to play on the VirtualBox. Like if it's like Mahjong and stuff like that, I do play some Linux games. I don't have them installed here. So Solitaire, Mahjong, you know, really, really simple games is okay on the VirtualBox. Mines, or what it's called. I think even Frozen Bubbles works somewhat okay on the VirtualBox. what do we have here? Download the good old Sparky Linux. I need to check out Sparky Linux again. Just give me a second. I'm opening a site here or tab. So remember to look at Sparky Linux. But yeah, it's not optimal to game on the VirtualBox unless you have hardware pass-through and stuff like that. So I just watched a video where Distro was complaining about proprietary companies is not making open source license. Apple made WebKit under the BSD2 clause and limited GPL version. That's open source, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, you guys, you have to watch next Tuesday's reaction video. It's to a Distro video. I was physically fucking ill when I watched that video. I got so fucking angry. Like, the things that dude is saying in that video makes me wonder if he even knows how to tie his own shoes. Like, I'm not even joking. I hope that the whole DistroTube's channel is a big troll. I really hope that. I really, if I was a religious guy, I would pray to whatever god it was that he's a big troll. Because the things that he say, man, oh my god. Like a 13-year-old have more grasp in reality. But I would leave that for next week's first video. It's almost an hour long, but damn. If you thought the Linux experiment video was bad, oh damn. Oh my god. You could install Linux on an external hard drive and have your computer boot into the hard. Yeah, but again, then you have to remember to set up your boot parameters under the BIOS, or you have to, you know, when you're booting up, remember to press F11, 12, 8 or something like that to boot into. Dual booting is a hassle. Let me just put it that way. It's something that most people really don't want to deal with. I know you will, and a lot of people in here will, but most people won't. I fucking love you, Lame. I remember DT talking about Edge isn't open source, and I linked him to Edge GitHub. Yeah, I don't know him, okay? I really don't know him as a person. But the way that he's conducting himself online makes me wonder. Let me put it that way. I have MX Linux on the external hard drive and remove OS prober from it to keep it isolated. Yeah, that could be a really good way of doing it, Joseph. That could be a really good way of doing it. Like on my MacBook Pro, I have what the fuck did I install on it? I have, of course, Mac OS, and then I have Elementary OS. And I did the same with the probing thingy. I just make sure that it just installed the bootloader on a separate hard drive, so it didn't probe, you know, the UEFI BIOS on my Mac OS install. There you go. So if I want to boot into Elementary OS, I just have to hold down the function key on the boot. Oh, he is super biased. Like, let's be honest, Lamer. We are all biased. Everyone in here is biased. It's just to what degree do you let that bias cloud your judgment, okay? Like, we are all biased. Nobody's unbiased. It's just how much of that bias are you showing? How much of that bias do you... Or how much do you try to be unbiased? Let me put it that way, because we can't be unbiased, but how much do you do your best to not be biased? And I have a feeling that DT, he don't give a fuck about being biased. No, what's the news about Elementary OS? Are they finally ditching the whole based on Ubuntu and just focusing on the desktop environment? Or are they going to wait 2 years till we get a new update? Let me or are they going totally social justice warrior on us? What is the news? Oh, I need to go into OMT Ubuntu. I consent. You can take my firstborn. Colored accent colors. Yeah. Like DT and and the Elementary OS, or not the Elementary OS, the Linux experiment guy, they could be really good fucking power couple in Linux. Switch to Linux posted a video about it a few days ago. I have to watch his videos. To be honest, I don't know what the news is about Elementary. The lead dev is leaving and people are freaking out that... Ooh. Yeah, okay, so... The lead developer, or one of the lead developers, or one of the founders, just recently transitioned publicly. And and I'm speculating here, but it sounds like they are focusing on getting their mental health in order and their life in order. And it's really hard to focus on your life and your mental health when you're also managing a somewhat big project and you are somewhat a public known figure and you did something that someone regard to be controversial. If that's the person that I'm thinking about, because I think there's more than one lead developer. And I am all for that. I'm like, if the lead developer is leaving because they want to focus on their life or get into a better headspace, or they are just tired of it, I'm all for that. This is just fun, people. This should not be that important that we are risking health and limbs and friendships and stuff like that over it. This is all just something we nerd out for. I also heard... oh, it's Cassidy. Okay. Yeah, but DJ, where there are two main people in... I think that there are two main people in Elementary OS. There are two people that is it in the blog? Yeah, so these two here. This is the one that transitioned. Yeah, he's the co-founder, Cassidy. Yeah, Cassidy. I kind of like Cassidy. Cassidy James. I kind of like him. I don't agree with a lot he say, but I kind of like him. I actually kind of like the Elementary OS developers. Yeah, but here's the thing. Let's do this here. Founder and CEO Daniel Foe, I think the name is here. Which is actually a really amazing name if you ask me. And Cassidy James. Cassidy James is more of a front-end developer or UI designer, if you get what I'm saying here. Where Danielle is more of the back-end person, as far as I know. Again, I could be totally wrong. But I don't think this would impact the Elementary OS whatsoever. I honestly don't. Cassidy has always been more of the front face of Elementary OS. You know, he's the one that have talked to, that interviewed people and stuff like that. He's always been like the face of Elementary. Okay, yeah, the founder split, putting project in question. Yeah, no, I don't think that. I don't think that it will put the project in danger. Oh, he's moving to System 76. So he's still working for System 7. I'm just speed reading this article here and his blog. So give me a second. Okay, so he's been working on Elementary OS in a limited capacity up till now anyway. Yeah, we won't see any... it won't impact the project that much. If you read his blog post and stuff like that, he's been again, I just sped read the articles or the blog post, and it seems like he's been, what you call it, dividing his time between System 76 and Elementary OS. Foray is promising to keep Elementary OS going, but it's going to be an Elementary OS 7 clone. It is interesting, but I don't think it would mean the death of Elementary OS. I also like Daniel Foray. I like them. I like these two people here. I like them a lot. I just don't agree with a lot of their politics and their viewpoints on Linux, but they seem to be really nice people. They really seem to be really nice people. They just have one opinion about Linux and open source and society, and I have another one. They are a little bit more over in the social justice warrior camp, and I don't do well with social justice warriors. It's a misguided effort. You know, they're doing something like this ethical replacement. It's ethical replacement. It's really bad. But yeah, I'm sure that the project will keep going, and I'm sure that they both will have successes in their life forward. I honestly don't have any problems with them. It's just Elementary OS I have a problem with. I have a problem with how it's being developed to some extent, and how it's, you know, what their focus is with it and stuff like that. But that's more on a, is it like a, what do you call it? Not individual basis, but like a philosophical basis maybe. And I can disagree with people's politics and philosophies and stuff like that and still regard them as amazing human beings. I just won't stand behind Elementary OS, but I like the people behind it. I don't know if that makes any fucking sense whatsoever. Hey Esnik! Have you, Esnik? Oh my god, Esnik! You need to make accent colors in your Easy Archer and Esnik OS, or else it's not a good distribution. You need to make sure that we can change the accent colors, or else you will not be recommended to everyone. I just thought about this. Elementary OS is good, but I hate having to dig too much into it just to get it working with me. Yeah, I'm the same, Lamer, but I understand what audience they're trying to speak to. Yeah, accent colors makes it run faster. Yeah. If I can change from blue to purple, I will now get a performance increase of 20% on my CPU and 30% on my GPU. Forget that. Yeah, I'm honestly, I'm still fucking shocked about that video. I'm really shocked that he gauged the usability of an operating system on how he can change the accent colors. I'm really questioning society right now. I really am. I did see TechHot. Is that his name? I kind of like that dude. Was installing Archie. Is that the name? Archie Linux? Oh, that's not his channel. On M1 hardware. Where is it? Here. Finding Linux on MacBook M1 bare metal. It's actually really interesting. I think I will make a response video to that. He's getting some good views here though. Dali OS is also a good one. He is a little bit of a fanboy, but it's not, you know, he's one of the good ones out there. Oh, he's already over 100,000 subscribers there. He's going to be massive, this dude here. Kubuntu is now installing. Awesome. Yeah, Archie, or what it's called, Linux. Yeah, Tech Hot is good. Yeah, again, just like with everything and everyone, there are some things I agree with, there's something I don't agree with, and some of his takes is like a little bit like fanboyish. But I'm subscribed to Tech Hot. I do like him. I watch his videos once in a while. A good plan for RC, but it needs work. Yeah, it needs work. It's an early... But he also used both Windows and Mac, if I'm not mistaken here. Let me put it this way. I'd rather see him have the subscriber count that DistroTube and the Linux Experiment have. So I have to make a disclaimer now we're talking about the Linux Experiment. I'm actually a Patreon supporter of him. That's why I made the video, because I used to really like the Linux Experiment. I'm like a $1 or $2 tier Patreon supporter for him. But I haven't watched his videos in like 6 months or something like that. I was like, hey, let's make a reaction video to someone I in quote, like to watch. And when I watched that video, I just lost always. I didn't cancel my Patreon subscription. But I was just like, what the fuck is going on here? Am I living in a parallel universe where accent colors is the end and be all of everything? I used to talk with him a little bit in comment sections and stuff like that. He's an okay guy. I just think that he's a little... I think fame maybe got a little bit to him. But I do like Tech Hot. Yeah, I am thinking about making a respond video. I recorded one from the Linux Gamer. And I recorded the DistroTube one, and I edited the DistroTube one today. And that was brutal, to be honest. And I think the next one would be a Tech Hot one I will respond to. Because I do like his content. But let's be honest, the funniest one is always the ones that you don't agree with, where you rage and you shake your head and stuff like that. That's the most entertaining ones to watch. But yeah. He used Linux but has Windows for the programs he needs. He does have a self-hosted VM. Yeah, he like I say, again, not agreeing on some small subjects. We are doing a lot of the same things with our hardware and software, me and TechHot. And that's why I kind of like him. What's the main issue with people being against using Windows and Linux? I mean, right tool for the job, etc. Yeah, it's emotion, tribalism, politics. It's the human nature. It's the human nature. We are living in a society where we need something to be angry about, because we are living in a too good society. And exactly what DJ Ray is saying, there's nothing wrong with it. Use whatever you want. I honestly don't care. And you should not care. Yeah, Kubuntu should still have Wayland. Yeah, they said that as far as I know, yeah. Like, I get that someone likes something over another thing. You know, I like certain clothes over other clothes, and you may like some other clothes. But that don't mean that we can't be friends, we can't talk to each other. That don't mean that we can't respect each other's choices. The sad thing with a lot of Linux people is that if you're not using Linux, you are the enemy. You are against us. And I don't like that. It's a fucking operating system. Who cares? Who cares? Like, next time you're going to Starbucks, ask your barista if they know what Linux is. Like, come on. While you're getting a double matcha latte, or what it's called, with extra foam and drizzle and basically a sugar bomb. Ask them if what Linux they are running and what this desktop environment they are running. Are the Nvidia and AMD guy or girl? They more than likely will not know what you're talking about. Yeah, exactly, Japani. Exactly. It's the tribalism. There's a really good book. Let's see if I can remember it. Tribal. I can't fucking remember the book's name right now. Here. It's a Danish site, so I'm a little bit sorry for that, but this guy was on, I think this is the one. Yeah, Sebastian Junger. He was on Joe Rogan, the Joe Rogan podcast, and I watched the podcast with him. This explains a lot. This explains a lot. This is the one I was thinking about. Tribe. This one here, yeah. And it explains a lot. Let's see if we can search this dude here. It's he talks about tribalism in war and stuff like that. It's really interesting. If my barista knows what Linux is, then I double the tip. Yeah. I thought you said you double dipped, but yeah, it's okay that you double tip. Don't double dip. Kubuntu have Firefox installed as a snap. Well, Firefox demanded that though. That's what a lot of people tend to forget, is that Ubuntu did not request Firefox. Firefox demanded Ubuntu to install it as a snap, as default. No, I think I remember that KDE Neon has Wayland. I don't trust snaps. If you don't trust snaps, don't trust flat packages, app images, deb files, RPM files. Don't trust any package format. They are just as unsecure. Like, I don't get this mentality. Oh, I don't trust this package format, but I trust the other one. They are just as fucking bad. Let's be honest. And they are both run by fucking idiots. And Firefox has accent color, so it's more stable, it's more secure, it's faster, it's lighter, and it makes snaps works way better. Snaps is not unsecure. Here's how you... This is a really good way of thinking about security with software, Jota. Every software is unsecure. If you think you are secure, you are living in... You are opening up yourself to be potentially unsecure. It's like... I use this a lot when I talk about security with people. It's like... You're living in a house in a safe neighborhood, and you say, oh, I'm never locking my door because I live in a safe neighborhood. Therefore, I'm secure. And then one day, a homeless guy is in your living room eating all your Cheetos, while he's relieving himself in the corner. Just because you think you're secure, or you are told you are secure, don't assume security. I'm not saying you should like have a tank in your front garden or anything like that, but don't expect security. And that's what people do a lot of time with software. Oh, I'm running Linux, therefore I'm more secure. Oh, I'm running Linux, I don't need a firewall. Oh, I'm running Linux, I don't need to think about packet security. Oh, I run Linux, I don't need to think about code security and security box in open source software. Just that alone is a bad way of thinking. Because now you are assuming security without validating it. And you should always validate security. As an everyday user, don't think about it. Run your firewall. If you like snap packages, use your snap packages. If you like flat packs, use flat packs. If you like app images, use app images. If you like deb files, run those. Don't think about it. It's something us nerds geek out over, and some people are like, diving head deep into it because they think they have a really, really smart take on it, when in reality they have no idea what's going on. If you dive deep down, if you dive deep into it, that's the word I'm saying for it. Snap Kubuntu 2004 is fast, almost as fast as Flatpaks. Yeah, I like that, to be honest. No snaps and Fairy no Fedora supports Flatpaks, which is developed by Red Hat. I don't think Flatpak is developed by Red Hat, but they are sponsored by Red Hat. That's a difference here. Any container apps that is provided by a third party, not the developer or distro maintainer, do not have the same level of being vetted as native package format. Yeah, you're right, and most third-party companies are supporting snap packages over flat packages, so by that sentence alone, you should support snap packages more than flat packages. My thinking was snaps are more secure because they are sandboxed. They are not sandboxed. This is a misconception. Flat packages and snap packages and app images are not sandboxed. They are not sandboxed. They have sandbox-like features, but they are not sandboxed. What was that, Esther? What was that article you and I read about flat packages and snap packages and app images security problems? That people think that they are totally sandboxed. Wait, Linux can get a virus? Yeah. Everything can get a virus. As I say to my friends, if you put your penis into dubious places, you go away with dubious things. Fedora Silverblue installs all apps as flat packs. Yeah, but that just because Fedora does it don't mean that it's more secure. It's just their preference. It's like I like red hats, you like brunettes. It has nothing to do with which one is better. They just prefer it. I lost that link. Yeah, I did so too, man. I did so too. Let's see if I can find it. I use art, so I am immune to viruses. Yeah. Is it this one here? Flatpak is not the future. Yeah, this is the one. This is the one. I always like that. Did you know that Danish Richie, I can't fucking pronounce names today. One of the original, I know that he's the original author of Unix, was wrote the first virus. I did not know that. That's really interesting. Give me a second and I will find the article and link it to you guys. But yeah, as Estic said, there is some really great info in this one here. And that will check the link so you don't get like some random porn site. Yeah, this is like, I need to reread it because I've forgotten a lot of the info in it. Because it's not something I talk about a lot. I don't talk a lot about the containerized packages because they are not really sandboxed. They are somewhat containerized, and here's how I look at it. Here's how I look at it. If snap packages and flat packages and app images are having access to your file system, even if you have to say I agree with them having access to my file system. That could be talking to software, talking to configuration files, uploading a fucking image. They are not secure. They are not more or less secure than a deb file. The only barrier is that you have to give them permission to do so. They are not as containerized as I would like them to be. Like, well, they kind of can't be by design because then you can't really use them. You know, if you really sandbox them from the system, you can't, let's say, add a scene to OBS Studio because now it has to talk to a JPEG file on your system. So for that to work, you have to put that into the sandbox, which you can do to some extent. But yeah, it's a little bit complicated, and I honestly don't understand everything about it. I just understand the basics of it. Yeah, but I don't give most snaps permission to my home folder. No, but they are still not totally containerized, and they are not totally sandboxed anyway. Are they talking to a peripheral you have? That could be a link into your system. Are they accessing a configuration file on your system? Still a way into your system. what I'm trying to say here is that for most people, for you and I, it don't matter. But if you're really into that kind of security, nothing is secure. It's all about, do you know how to find those entrances? You know, it's like no house, you know, you're living in a house. You don't live in a secure house, no matter how many doors you have and stuff like that. There will always be a way to get in your house. It's just how irritating it is to get in your house, how difficult is it, how many things do they have to jump over, dig under and stuff like that to get into your house. But if someone really, really, really wants to get into your house and they had unlimited money and time, they will get into your house. And it's the same with software. All we do is putting speed bumps down. We're making it inconvenient. We are trying to catch them before they get to level 2 or 3 in our systems. You know, oh, the firewall caught them or something like that. But let's say if the government really wants to get into your system, you can't protect yourself. They will get into your system. It's just as plain simple as that. I just watched a Joe Rogan podcast lately. I've been watching a lot of his podcasts, and there was a security guy talking about a program called Pegasus for mobile phones. That if they have your mobile phone number, no matter what operating system you're running, if they have your phone number, they can install Pegasus on your phone. And they have full access to your phone. You don't have to do anything. They can take pictures, they can use it as a listening device, recording device. They know everything that you do and you have on your phone. And no system is protected against that. And if people have access to that software, you can't do it. The only thing you can do is to basically throw your fucking phone in a ditch. Or in a burning fire or something like that. And it's a really, really, really interesting conversation he had about that program. That just shows you how much advanced those kind of software is that we can't even imagine. I haven't heard about it before I watched that episode. But it's fucking mental. Just having your phone number is enough. It's fucking crazy when you think about it. I'm not saying you should not care about security. But also recognize that if someone really, really, really wants to exploit you, all you're putting down is speed bumps. I've got, if the TOVT is against me, then I have bigger things to worry about than they getting into my system. Yeah. Intel's ME give the type of system level access to everyone's computer. What is Intel's ME? I may have read about it, but I'm totally blanking out right now. Oh, management engine. Oh, yeah, I've heard something about that. That's right, yeah. Yeah, but this is the ESNIC, the Pegasus system. It's totally different. Like, I'm not even joking. You should really read this or watch that episode. I'll see if I can record it or something like that, and then upload it to Mega Drive or something, like just that second there or that section. My government bought Pegasus and target many important. Yeah, I think Pegasus is done in Israel or something like that. Yeah, and they are on Pegasus 2 or 3 now, 2 or something like that. I will probably fucking get demonetized and everything for talking about this shit right now. But yeah, and think about it this way: that's for mobile phones, and that's how advanced they are right now. He also talked about that if you think, like, what a lot of people do if they think they're being tracked, they leave their phone be and they just, take the battery out and something like that. And Pegasus can see that, so it just auto-delete itself, so you don't know it's been there. It's so hard to detect that you've been basically hacked. It's fucking crazy, man. So just imagine what they can do on the computer side. all we are doing is that we are making speed bumps and making it inconvenient for hackers to hack our systems. And it works a lot of times. But if they really want to get into your system, there's so many ways of doing it. And you're probably not thought about everything. And that's also why I laugh at this, that, oh, Linux is more secure than Windows. Not really, because you are still the same person using Linux. So if Linux is more secure than Windows, you now become the security risk. So now they are targeting you to get into your system. But again, as a normal user, it's fun to talk about, and it's, you know, we can all sit here and get all paranoid and have tinfoil hats on and fucking think that everyone is after us and stuff like that. But for most people and normal everyday users and stuff like that, just have your basic, you know, cover your basics. Firewalls, antivirus programs and stuff like malware programs and stuff like that. It's yeah. Turning off the plasma splash screen makes you boot the desktop faster. Yeah, you do. I think the best way to be secure is by never being an important person. Well, it's not really. It's just making you less interesting. It's not making you more secure. It's just making you less interesting, and it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. But it's fascinating to talk about security, especially software security and stuff like that. And if you dive just a little bit into it, you realize how little control you have over it. I don't do anything inside a VM. I do anything risky inside a VM just for an extra layer between me and the world. If anyone... Yeah, I kind of do the same. I have a Windows, like I said in my video. If someone sends me a program to test out and stuff like that, and I'm like, yeah, is this going to have flying dildos all over my screen in a second and stuff like that? I test it out in a virtual machine. But it's not... It's making you a little bit more secure, but it's not really making you secure. Again, like I said, if they can't breach you from a software side, they breach you from a social engineering side. If they really want, like I said, they will not do that to you and me. But if we were important enough for them to want to invest that time and effort into, they can do it. So I'm not saying that you should not think about security and stuff like that. Of course not. But yeah. Okay, Ubuntu 2204 snap-only software is a bug, not a feature. They did the same with 21.10 and 20.04. This is really interesting. They did the exact same thing with 20.04. That the software center under the beta versions was snap only. So here's now I'm becoming the paranoid idiot here for a second, so bear with me. I think they will continue doing this to gauge the response of the community. So they are like, oh, let's test the community by making the software center in our beta version snap only to see how they react. And when the day comes that they don't react to it, that will be the norm then. Because I think they did it in 20.0.4, 20.10, 21.04, and 21.10. I think they did it in all those beta versions. They were only having Snap software center only in there. And they called it a bug every time. Or at least they did it with 20.04, if I remember correctly. And I think they're doing it to test the waters. But again, I could just be paranoid. But it's really, really crazy that they decided to do that again. Like, some people say there's not such a thing as coincidence. So why is this not the first time that they've been doing it? And I think either it's the second or third time that a beta version of the release have had only Snap software available. or Snap only software store in the beta version. Really, really thought-provoking to, or worth thinking about if you want to go down the conspiracy theory route. I open fishy links in a browser that have JavaScript disabled. Most of the time, if someone sends me a link and I'm like a little bit like, I ask them to open it and show me that they open it, and ask them what's going on with their system, or I just don't open it at all. App icons taskbar puts running apps in the GNOME shell top. Oh, that's the same as dash to panel, or what it's called. Blah 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 blah. I am excited for the new Ubuntu release though. Upgrading. Oh, that's just upgrading. Jellyfish. Jellyfish. Well, it's not having the latest and greatest GNOME, so the Linux experiment is not liking this one. But you can't do accent colors. Look. So now he has to recommend Ubuntu again because you can do accent colors. Why even open fishy links at all? Because some links don't look fishy. That's the problem. Some links looks legit. And you can't really test it until you open them. It's actually really funny to read the comment section on OMG Ubuntu because there are some sorry. There are some people that go into the comment section on OMG Ubuntu just for one fact, to tell everyone how bad Ubuntu is. And hashtag I use arts or something like that, by the way. Dear me, on 20 years I've been using... Ubuntu's not 20 years old, so he cannot have been using it for 20 years. And he never thought it was a British outfit. Well, they have their headquarters in... Ireland? Or is it in London? But I think it's a South American company, though. It's just for tax reasons and stuff like that. Oh my god, there's a Linux experiment person here. I left Ubuntu for a while, but I'll probably switch back to the 22.04. So let me try again. I left Ubuntu for a while, but I will probably switch back if the 22.04 brings the accent colors options. It seems awesome. What is it with people and accent colors? Please explain it to me. Please. Oh, here's the fucking... This dude here, man. Here. 4,826 comments. Like, how is that not screaming no life? Like, when I go onto a forum or Reddit post and I see something like this, I'm just like, I'm not engaging with that person whatsoever, because that's a no-lifer. So if you're saying one thing they don't agree with, they will write your tail till it fucking falls off. I have some of them in my comment section of my videos, by the way. That's a Aperture Science logo, right? Leonard. Meanwhile in Brighton. I kind of want to live in Brighton, to be honest. It's a beautiful place. It's so beautiful. There was something I wanted to test out. Ethnic. I thought there was a video I wanted to ask something about. Oh my god, you really stopped making videos. Yeah, this here. If you're still in here. What is an opinionated Linux distribution or Debian Linux XFC? What's... I didn't understand that. I don't understand that. Is it like an inside joke or something like that? I thought I would be hearing some controversial opinions about Debian or something like that, and all you're doing is installing Debian Linux or Ethnic OS and talking about the changes. So I was a little bit confused. Or did I just miss a fucking massive thing here? Oh, that's an analytic mind. That was a joke about Gurada calling themselves an opinionated artist. Oh, okay, that's why I didn't get it then. I was just waiting for some saucy, spidey, opinionated opinions, if that's even a right sentence. Mario Linux is still around. So I was watching, I was like, when is something interesting coming out this video here? When are you saying something I can laugh at? And yell at? Why did you stop making videos? You used to make a shit ton of videos. Well, not a shit ton, but... Oh, that's my ugly mug. Ripping CDs. Oh my god. I'm actually thinking about buying an external DVD drive. Because I'm getting so fed up with the streaming services. When I start to watch a fucking series, they take it off. When I'm halfway through the seasons. I get to like season 4 and there are 3 or 4 seasons left. They're like, yeah, we don't want to have them up here anymore. So they're taking them away. Oh. Good old Red Hat. What was my first version of Red Hat from the 90s was like 4.6 or 4, something like that from the mid-90s. I not found a lot to get interested in over the past 7 months. I got an external floppy drive recently, maybe a video. You know what? That could actually be really interesting because I suspect that there's a lot of people not even knowing what a floppy is anymore. Like, if you grew up in the 2000s, you probably don't really know much or anything about floppy drives and floppies. It's kind of like, what tape disk was for us in the 90s. Like, we knew about them, but we haven't really experienced them. I grew up with floppy disks, like in the 90s, and then we had CDs. But before that, it was like, zip drives and disk. Hey, society. I really wish I kept all of my old boxed Linux distributions. I had so many SUSE Linux distributions from the 90s and early 2000s. And I had Mandrake and I had Debian. Yeah, Debian also had Debian. Yeah, there is like what is it called? Oh, we have picture in picture down here. I totally forgot about that. What do we have? We have MJD. Is that the name? Yeah, Mitchell MJD. He installs what is it? He installs with floppy disk. He installs a couple of software with floppy disk. Yeah, installing Microsoft Office 97 from 46 floppy drives. Installing Windows 95 from 29 floppy disks. I don't know why, but these are really fun to watch. It kind of takes me back to... I like this picture-in-picture mode that it automatically do when I switch tabs. Like, I don't know why, but I kind of think that's a little bit cool. I've asked from help a year ago. In 10 years I'll boot it. Having external drive for use it for my daily OS. I don't. Will Arch Linux be around in 10 years? Oh, you're installing a Red Hat. Oh. Yeah, this was the installer back in the day, peeps. I liked GNOME back in the day. It was a neat little program. I wish. I sometimes wish we could go back to like Linux in the 90s and early 2000s. I kind of like back then. If you told someone you were running Linux, they wanted to be your best friend forever because it was like nobody really ran Linux. And yes, there was a little bit of debate here and there, but most in all, it was just like, oh, you're also running Linux, and everyone was just happy that you were running Linux. And how do you do this? And oh, if you need help and all of like, it was such a totally different experience. Arch will conquer and be the only Linux in 10 years. No, it will not. It will not. It definitely will not. I don't know, but it will be retro and I'll get those old cool memories. What happened? Oh, I thought my phone just went off, but it didn't. Yeah, it's... I don't know, there was just something magical about Linux back then. Well, any alternative operating system. I've been thinking about making a video about SkyOS. I just got it up and running in a virtual machine. There was like an operating system in the early 2000s that was really, really interesting. Alternative operating system. And I got the latest official release. And I have it running in a virtual machine. Now running Linux, you're using Ubuntu, you noob, run Arch, you dumbass. Yeah, or, oh, you're using this, you know, desktop environment instead of i3, or, oh my god, you're using a proprietary driver or software, blah, blah, blah. Back then, people like, SkyOS was like an alternative operating system. It's what Linux is today, but it was proprietary and it was more advanced than Linux was for its time. Like massively more advanced than Linux for its time. It was like a hobby project. And it used the open B file system. I need to I need to reread a lot of the history because I only can remember so much of it. But I think it would be an interesting video to make. But yeah, like in the 90s and early 2000s, there were so many alternative operating systems. And I'm going to say something that you guys may not like, but Linux was the worst of them. Like, when I say the worst I mean that Linux was not the best. It was not the fastest. It was not the most capable. It didn't have the latest technologies. Linux was way behind in a lot of areas, behind all of these smaller, independent operating systems here. And it's really funny to think about. Yeah, you're right, Robot. We used to be able to buy Linux boxes in malls and shops and stuff like that. It was actually quite fun. I really like Plan 9. It slowed down development in the 2000s. And that's what I like about it. It's something special. Well, it's also one of the Unix developers actually developed Plan 9. And I think it's the same guy that have developed the Go development language for Google. And Plan 9, is it MIT license now or something like that? They just, was it last year? They released it to the public. No, I don't think it's OP Pike. I can't fucking remember the guy. I can't remember his name. Robert, Ken Thompson or Rob Pike. Yeah, Rob Pike. It could be Rob Pike. It could be Rob Pike. You're probably right. Yeah, I'm just mixing up. Yeah, Dennis Richard also did Plan 9. Yeah, a lot of them was working on Plan 9. Yeah. Yeah, Ken Thompson wrote C. Yeah. I wrote C, by the way. I'm also called Kent. But I loved the operating system area in the 90s and early 2000s because Linux were not that Windows was not that advanced. Mac OS was kind of advanced, but it was limited numbers. Then you had BOS, you have Linux, Mount OS, Sky OS, Arios OS, and OS2. You have the QNX. With all of those amazing systems, and they all were viable because computers were still not mainstream, but they were not, nerds only using them. They all still, they were like in the, they're kind of like where Linux is today to some extent. That's where all those operating systems was in the 90s and early 2000s. So there was a massive big competition between them. You could run OS2 and live a happy life and get most of the software that you wanted. Or you could run BOS or QNX and stuff like that. SkyOS and maybe gaming was Windows only, as it still is today. But yeah, there was just so much going on in the operating system area back then. And nowadays we kind of have BSD, FreeBSD, Mac OS, Windows, and Linux, and Haiku. Let's not forget about cute little Haiku. And that's kind of it. And let's be honest, Windows and Mac OS is running the show, and then Linux is like running around like the little kid that like, I can't do it, I can do it, I can do it, I can do it, give me a chance, and they're just kicking it away. Grow up, kid, That's like Linux, Yeah, BOS was like, out of all of them, BOS was the one that probably had the biggest chance of success if they didn't have some unfortunate events happen to them and bad management, because there was a lot of bad management with BOS. Heck, BOS could have been the new fucking Mac OS if they was not that greedy. And they were more simple back then. Of course they were more simple because it was a simpler, computers was more simple back then. Yeah, take care, Homic Beast. Thanks so much for stopping by, man. I run OpenBSD because Linux got bored. Yeah. Or boring, sorry. Yeah. I'm going to judge people again. But I have a suspicion that if Linux ever become mainstream, let's say Linux become 50% of the market share, most of the people you see nowadays running Linux and are Linux YouTubers will go to something else. Because now it's not special to them anymore. They are not special, they are now one of the crowd, they are mainstream. So they go all to BSD or they go all to Haiku or something else. Because now Linux is boring, Linux is mainstream, Linux is old establishment, so it's not interesting to them anymore. And yeah, it's what it is, I guess. Boring is good for an OS. It actually is, because it means that it does its job. Yeah, Linux people probably most likely go to BSD. They probably go to BSD. But a lot of the shit that is going on in the Linux community is not going to fly in the BSD community. Because they're just like, that's not how we do it over here. This whole GNU Linux kind of debate will not fly in the BSD community. They will just tell the GNU people to go fuck themselves. Because they also maintaining their own user land and stuff like that. Boring when you know everything. Back then, when I was new to Linux, everything was new and excited. I want an exciting OS, not a usable one. I will 100% sure say that, society, you don't know everything about Linux. You know enough about Linux, and you probably know what you want to know about Linux, but you don't know everything about Linux. Nobody knows everything about Linux, not even Linus Torvalds. If Linux ever get too popular, it's free BSD for me. So what's the problem with Linux getting popular, Esnik? Why is the popularity of an operating system determine if you want to run it or not? That makes no sense. Because then you're not interested in the operating system, you're interested in the status it gives you. Like I told Linux users, if Linux goes away, I'll switch back to Windows full time, just because I don't want to be in the BSD drama like I am in the Linux drama. BSD do have drama, but they don't have the same amount. You March 12, but I do. What do you do? What do you do? I know everything I need to know, that's what I mean. Yeah, okay, that makes sense, society. If you know everything you want to know and you learn what you want to learn out of Linux, I can get it can be boring. You want to be special, that's why we run Linux. Yeah, and I'm going to be a little bit real with you guys here. You should not base your identity on an operating system. If you want to be special and feel special, why not do something that other people regard as being special? Nobody cares about Linux. You're only special within like a subgenre of a subgenre, so it's not really that many people that you're special to. If you learn to play the guitar or an instrument, that already makes you way more special than most people. If you learn like a really, really hard to learn trade skill, like a job skill, that's making you way more special than running Linux. To be special for running Linux means that people have to know what Linux is. So you're only special to the people that know what Linux is. And that's a really, really small part of the world. Or that care about Linux. Let me put it that way. There are so many ways you can do special things and be special than running an operating system. Doing charity work could make you special. Helping out in a soup kitchen and stuff like that. You know, there's so many places. When I mentioned being in the BSD drama, I mean the Linux drama users will add fire to the... Yeah, of course they will, Dave. Of course they will. Sometimes I want a safe space for... sometimes you just want a safe space for your own nerd interests. Safe spaces is bad. You should not want a safe space. You should want to be challenged. You should want to be confronted. Because that challenges your ideas and your beliefs and make you rethink the things that you think. And it makes you learn other things. It makes you look at other people's way of looking at things. It makes you insightful into your own life and interests. It's kind of like... if you go a little bit over in the nerd sector here, a lot of tech companies and tech projects fails because they build up a safe space of yes men and girls. So they are making a product, and they are only listening to yes people. They're only listening to people that are patting their backs, telling them they're doing an amazing job, and thinking the exact same way as they are. They are not listening to the critics. They are not listening to the skeptics. And that ultimately always will make it fail. Because you're not getting that confrontation. You're not getting that fresh insight or outside insight into it. So safe spaces is not really that good for you. Sometimes, I will agree, some days we just want to sit down and talk to like-minded people. I get that, 100%. But making Linux into a safe space for Linux nerds is a really bad thing. It will not be good for Linux in the long run. It may be fun and good right now, but it will stagnate Linux development. It will make us less insightful into our own things. We're basically just singing the same tune all the time. We're not trying to better ourselves because everything we do is amazing. So we can't see when we're doing bad things or problematic things. And that's why ecosystems, echo chambers is really bad, because if you build an echo chamber, you're just echoing the same thing over and over again, and then you will die out. To some extent, that's why Apple is successful, because they are not in an echo chamber. That's also why Microsoft is successful. They are not in an echo chamber. But if you look at any startups or companies or projects, most of them fail. Or not most of them, but a lot of them fail because they built an echo chamber of yes-pers people. Let's make everything paid to win. Yeah, of course. Yes, you're fucking brilliant. Let's make everything $1,000 per entry. Yes, of course, you're fucking amazing. You know, it's outlandish ideas like that that's just automatically being accepted because we are in an echo chamber. I use my PC just for my OS. I want to understand system administration to one day make money out of it because it's fun. Are you taking any courses? Any other, are you taking computer science and stuff like that? What? Apple Mac, not an echo chamber. Apple is the worst echo chamber. They never update their OS. Of course they update their OS. Of course they do. Like, this is 9.5. This is Leopard. This is Big Sur. This is Yosemite. This is Puma. It's definitely not the same. Look at this. It's definitely not the same. They have rewritten the display driver many times. macOS Monetary, I think it's called Monetary or something like that. Or was it Big Sur? It's Big Sur. It's called version 11. So the kernel have been fucking rewritten or altered a lot of times. They back in the early days with macOS 10, not in Leopard, but way back, they used a lot of free BSD code. Nowadays, most of that is out of the kernel and out of the software stacks. They have changed, but here's the thing, Robert, you don't get... Sometimes I really question your intelligence. Why do you think... Are you angry at XFCE? Do you like XFCE? Do you like XFCE? XFCE has been looking the same for over 20 years. It's called consistency. Okay? It's called convenience. Comfort. So if you're criticizing... And again, this is not them living in an echo chamber. They are doing a lot of changes to their UI. You like the whisker menu. Yeah, hello. They are listening to their community somewhat. You get what I'm saying here? If you're bitching at macOS for not changing their UI, bitch at XFCE. please go and bitch about XFCE. Go bitch about IceVM, i3, OpenBox, Fluxbox. Heck, go bitch about fucking LibreOffice. When had they changed their UI? You, my friend, are the accent color guy. You're the one that don't use something because it don't have an accent color. And you think that it has an influence on how the system works. You basically know nothing about the system, apparently. No, I'm still in high school. I'm not taking stuff seriously, but I like operating system. And that's why I think it's a good job in my future. And after schools, I'll take courses, but now it's just a hobby. So it's really hard to make a hobby into a job if you don't have the credentials to back it up. Like, it's massively hard. You hear the stories about people not taking programming courses become high-paid programmers. But most people go the education route so they can back up their knowledge with credentials. Because that's what people want when they want to employ you. They want to be able to look at basically a shopping list and see, okay, society can do this. He has these and these certifications. Therefore, it makes it easy for them to make a decision. I know certification sucks and education sucks, and it's basically just making society compliant to some extent, but it's what people want. But if you just want to keep it as a hobby, just then do like me. Just take some courses here and there and keep it a hobby. But it's really hard, massively hard, to make a hobby into a full-time job. Every i3 VM installed is like Snowflake. They are all different based on user preference. So you can change the fucking layout. You can change the Docker on Mac OS. Like, look at Windows from 2002 and look at Windows now. Very different. It's the same. Windows have changed just as much as Mac OS. Like, you're not even worth engaging with this because you have no idea what you're talking about. I'm really sorry, but Windows have stayed almost the same since since 1995. Yes, we have gotten updated fonts, we got updating colors, we got updated borders, but the UI element, the UI experience, the UI paradigm about Windows have stayed the same. I would say Windows 8 was the only one deviating from that. But it stayed the same since 1995. Why? Consistency. It's what people know. Look at the lashback that they got from Windows 8. They tried to change the paradigm. People got a rage. That don't mean that you can, like, that you can't prefer a system that you can modify. Of course you can. But for 99% of people, they want what they know. Again, talking out of your ass. I'm sorry to be so harsh, but it makes no sense. Okay, I have a GitHub where I try to make a good impression, maintain some open source projects, and show that I can code. That's great, society. But again, most people that want to hire a developer, they look at your credentials and your certifications. And then they look at your GitHub. Unless you become like a really, really popular open source developer, or you make like a really good splash into the developing world by doing what you're doing right now. But the chances for that is really slim. Like the best, again, I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm just saying that the easiest way and the most secure way is to do what society expects of you to get where you want to go. And that is to take an education and have the credentials on paper. Because it makes it easier for people to employ you. Like, I remember in the 90s and early 2000s, if you knew how to do HTML, I know a little bit of HTML. If you just knew how to set up a basic HTML site, you could get a job as a web developer. In the 90s and early 2000s. If you could make a hello world script in Python and JavaScripting or C++, you could get a development job. Maybe not that, but, you know, I'm oversaturating a little bit here. Nowadays, they expect you to fucking have a development degree or something like that. It's really hard. Really hard to do what you see people do on YouTube. What you see on YouTube, okay, is they are the outliers. You know, the Chris Titus Techs of the world, the Linus Tech Tips of the world, the programmers that you see on YouTube that got a high-paying six-figure job by not having any degrees in software development whatsoever. They are like 1 in a million. But they don't tell you that. They don't say that they were really fucking lucky. They got the right offer at the right time and stuff like that. 99% of people are not that lucky. And you can't what is it called? Bet on being lucky. There are YouTubers right now, you know, that are probably more better at developing than learn to code. Let's see. She has like 2.2 million views 11 months ago. There are probably thousands of people that are smarter, better, and have more knowledge than she has about programming. But they didn't have the luck. They didn't, you know, release the right video at the right time. They didn't talk to the right people at the right time. They didn't have the right connections. And so on, 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 and so on. So, what you see here, what you see us doing on YouTube, and, you know, you hear these articles that, oh, I was in my mom's basement and now I'm a billionaire. They're like 1 in a billion of people, you know, 1 in a million, or one if like hundreds of millions of people that can do that. So cover your bases. Making a hobby into a job is bad. I will actually agree with that. You should make your talents into a job instead. I will, again, 100% agree with that. That's why I never become a porn star. Degree plus bootcamp or equivalent experience. Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it, yeah. Just have on paper that you know what you're talking about. Because it makes it just easier for people to see if you are good at it. I'm planning to study IT at university. That's great. But I don't know what courses to take. I do some CTFs and free courses, but I don't have certification for them. I also participate in IT competitions. That's all great. It's all great, and you're a young person, so you have a lot of time for doing that. What I'm trying to say here is that I see too many people said that, oh, I don't want to take an education because I saw this YouTuber or I read this article and they became a millionaire by doing code in their mom's basement or invent something in their mom's basement. Or they watch like PewDiePie and stuff and they think they can become the next PewDiePie. Why do you think we don't have that many PewDiePies or Mr. Beast? Because it's really fucking hard to get to that level. And there's a lot of chance put into it, a lot of hard work, but a lot of chance. Yeah, the grind is hard and real. And it's for everything. YouTube, coding, fabricating, learning. Learn Python and Rust. Who knows if Python and Rust is relevant when he becomes to that age. Like, we don't know what's relevant in 5-10 years. We really don't. Just, I always say, learn the programming language you want to program in. Because when you have learned one programming language, it's so much easier to learn another one, and another one, and another one. So just learn one. I don't care what it is. But yeah, the grind, you need to grind. Not all, like, I keep using YouTube as an example because it's really, most people understand YouTube. Like, we all have seen those people that upload one video and they become like, they get millions of scrubs, they get millions of subs, and they become a millionaire. That's 1 or 10 or 1,000 out of millions of people on YouTube. That's being uploaded probably billions of videos every week. And it's really hard to become successful without the grind and without the knowledge. Like, it took me 21 years to be comfortable enough to do what I do today on YouTube with Linux. And what I do is like fucking entry-level knowledge about Linux. So I had to use Linux for that long before I felt comfortable enough to do it. And even back then when I started 2 or 3 or 4 years ago, I didn't think I had anything to contribute to the Linux community. Because I didn't have the credentials, I didn't have all the knowledge like that DJ Ware has. I just had 20 plus years experience with Linux. Get what I'm saying here? I learned Python, but I prefer Golang, so I switched to it. And instead of Rust, I learned C, because I maintain a fork of a C. That's amazing. That, like, you are doing all the right things. Just please don't disregard education. It's really important. Learn the concept, not the language. I couldn't agree more, society, and you're doing amazing. Wait, you are saying I can't be the next MKBHD? Well, that's my future career over. Yeah, well, you can try. I am all for people trying. I'm not saying you should not try. It's just don't expect it. I made a gaming channel in 2012 and I became friends with 3 or 4 guys. And one of them, I am not joking, he got somewhat faster popular than me and him had like let's see who could get to 100 subscribers first. Let's see who could get to 200 subscribers first. Hey Bruce. And he got to like 1,000 subscribers. And he's like, yeah, well, in 2 to 3 years, I will have more subscribers than PewDiePie. He was 100% sure of that. I think he has under 5,000 subscribers to this day. But he was sure he would get, well, maybe not PewDiePie levels, but back then 10,000 subscribers was a lot. And he was like, I can get that within 2 years. He was 100% sure of it. He didn't do anything to improve his craft. He didn't get any better equipment. He didn't research YouTube or do anything. He just assumed that I upload a video, I become popular. And he got a little bit popular. He was lucky. But then people tried. Or other people did put more effort into it. They made better videos. They did more popular videos. And they did better editing. Some of them were better looking than he was. That's also a factor. And they succeeded him. And they started earlier than he did. He got pissed. He got angry. And now I don't think he's around anymore. So yeah, it's luck has a lot of things, but that's basically what I'm saying. Always try, but don't assume. The same with security. Don't assume security. Don't assume that you can just do one thing and you don't have to improve. We all have to improve. Greetings, just got home from running to the store and getting my legal drugs. Oh, I want some drugs. Try become the next MKBHD, but don't rely on. Exactly. Do all you can do to try and become what you want to become, but don't assume that it will just come automatically. You see, my case, like in my case, it's really simple in my case here. Because this is an example about how luck works. Why I don't recommend Ubuntu anymore. 1K views, I'll have close to 2,000 on it to be more fair. Linux after using it for 24 years, close to 2,500 views. If you look at all of my other videos, if I get over 300 views, I'm really fucking lucky. These videos was just the right thing at the right time. This one here, I didn't put much effort into. This one here, I put a little bit more effort into, as you can see by the motion here and stuff like that. There are videos, like one video I put a lot of effort into was this one here, for example. Bloatware with Linux, and the hardware video here. This was even done by request. People requested me to do this hardware video, so I spent a lot of time researching, making sure that I didn't put too many F-bombs in it and stuff like that. I haven't even fucking got 100 views on it. So a lot of effort, no reward. Because it was probably not the right thumbnail. Not the, it was probably not the right tags I used. The right time. I didn't promote it right on, I don't promote on Twitter anymore. But I should probably have been doing that, And then luck. Like something as stupid as this one here. And this one here, I honestly thought I would get like 300 or 400 views on this one here. Who wants to know about a guy using Linux for 24 plus years? Like, come on. But it was the right video at the right time, it seems. And then I make something about virtual machines. 211 views. You get what I'm trying to say here. Luck, you can't calculate luck. Do you know good resources for free courses and certifications or cheap certifications? Depends on where you live. And I will kind of say this. Figure out what kind of field you want to work in with computers first. And then look at what the certifications that people want in that field. So let's say you want to become a system administrator. And you want to become a Unix or Linux system administrator. Then look at what certifications do people want in that field. And then take those certifications. Because it's really hard to determine to say which one you should take, and because I can sit here and I can just Google cheap certifications. And you can take them and they can be a hit or not. So I want you to figure out what you really want first, what field you want to work in, and then look at what people want in that area. Look at the certifications that are in highest demand. And then take those certifications. And you can just Google that. There's so many statistics about that. Just Googling it. Show more cleavage in your thumbnails. Yeah, that will help a little bit, yeah. Exactly, popularity of a video isn't related to the effort put into it. No, it's all about luck to some extent and marketing to some extent. I don't even try to get many views on my channel. I only make videos when I will have fun making it. Yeah, and a lot of people are like that. There's a girl I used to follow and game with, that when we did Minecraft. And I don't know if she has a million subscribers, but she's close to it. Or at least in that area, like 500,000 subscribers or something like that. She lives off YouTube, but she only uploads when she wants to and she feels like it. So sometimes you get many videos a week, sometimes that goes months before you get a video. She's also a pretty girl, that also helps, of course. Learning COBOL will give you a job almost instantly. I don't know if that's true. I like hacking. And I love operating systems, so probably system administrator. If you like hacking and you love operating systems, why not security? That's kind of related. Because you need to understand hacking and you need to understand operating systems. When we are talking security. And security jobs are in massive demand nowadays. Like, I'm speculating here, but World War III will probably be done in cyberspace. It will be an information war. It will be an internet war. Hacking into the other side's, infrastructure and taking it down and stuff like that. And then the troops can go in. But it will be primarily a cyber war. Like, And already today, like Russia is attacking US and US is attacking Russia all the fucking time. China is attacking all kind of fucking countries. You should put my cats in the thumbnail and you get views. That don't work that much anymore with animals, to be honest. It really don't. It depends on what situation it is, but it's not that... It all depends on what kind of videos you're making. If you are if you're making nerd videos, it really helps to have pretty beautiful girls in there. But if you're making, let's say, makeup videos or lifestyle videos, well, yes, a girl will probably help, but a handsome guy will help just as much. I started hacking because I want to use my OS skills. Yeah, I think society. I think you should think about cybersecurity. I really think that, since many Americans' government PCs use a lot of COBOL stuff, and there's almost no COBOL programs these days. Yeah, but money is not in the government sector. This humans. Money is in the private sector, so you have to look at oh, what is it called? At the private sector, what they want and what's profitable there. Have you used Intel's Clear Linux? I have not used it. I think I installed it one time in a virtual machine. I read a lot about it. I watched a lot of benchmarks and stuff like that. And to me, Clear Linux is a server operating system. It's an enterprise operating system that's really specific. Can you use it as a desktop? If you really want to. Should you? I will say no. It's a really interesting corporate Linux version. That's like me being vague as fuck, I know, but that's kind of how I look at it. Fun is more important than money. I think as long as you get enough to make good living. I will kind of agree with that also. I'd rather have fun and live a good life and could pay my bills than be a millionaire and not have a good life. But you need to pay your bills, you know. I get it, but the government sector can give you better job security. That's true, that's true. But there's also a fine amount of jobs available in the government, though. And the one thing the government like is certifications. Like governments, they love certifications. Remember to drink some water, people, or some fluids, so you can go pee in like 5 minutes. But yeah, like if you want to get into the government certifications and stuff like that, that's the way to go. What's wrong with this fucking icon up here? What is it? What is it even? Oh, it's Bad Wolf. Why is Bad Wolf not opening up? Water is better than Linux. Yeah. You need water to live. What if I do Bad Wolf here? Oh, segment failure. Core dump. Oh, it's not working. I've actually been debating if I should take some Linux certifications. Just for fun. Linux distro for machine learning. Ubuntu feels bloated. Oh, Ubuntu feels bloated. I would always recommend the big players in Linux. So Ubuntu, Fedora, and OpenSUSE. Because they have all the tools natively available and easily installable for them. And yes, they may not be the lightest kits on the block. They may need a little bit of slimming down, run some miles on the treadmill and so on. But they will make your life easy and more convenient. So it's all about, do you want convenience or do you want, you know, not so bloated distros? But machine learning, Fedora is doing a lot of great things, packaging a lot of packages for machine learning and stuff like that. OpenSUSE is doing the same, and Ubuntu is doing the same. You know, they know that their distributions are being used for machine learning, so therefore they package and make it easier for people that want to get into it to use it. Do it if you like it. Exactly. Why not arts? I don't want to recommend it, but why? But now, why you wouldn't recommend it in this case? Because if you want to work at anything as a job or as you know, if you are really serious about coding, you want stability. If you're really seriously about AI development, machine learning, and stuff like that, you don't want to also be a system administrator for your install. And that's why I don't recommend arts. The only times I recommend arts, or let's say tumbleweed and stuff like that, is if people are doing non-critical things. You know, they're just messing around, they want to learn Linux, they want to, you know, see what the open source community can bring of new and shiny things faster than you know, running Ubuntu, for example. Or if they are just like a curious person that are running Linux just for the curiosity and stuff like that. But the second you go into a situation where I really need my operating system to be up and running as much as possible and without any problems, and that's when I go away from arts. And to some extent also tumbleweed with OpenSUSE or basically any rolling release. Fedora is a little bit different because they do a lot of testing before they release their packages. But yeah, I will say tumbleweed and Fedora over Arch in that case, because they do a lot of testing before they actually release their software. Yeah, stability is absolutely king in the corporate level. And that's also what Distro, the Linux experiment, forgot about in his video, is that it's not just the corporate level. Everyday users, they just want their system to work. So they don't care about if they're running 2 or 3 or 4 versions, you know, below the latest and greatest release. You know, they don't really care about the version number. They only care about, is it stable, is it running, and can I do whatever I want to do with it. This here is for junkies. It's, like I said in the video, he is a consumer. He wants the latest and greatest here and now. I can't wait. He don't care about stability. He just wants the latest thing. He wants shiny things. He sees some shiny things, he wants it. Arts changes way too frequently. Coding should be done on a stable and predictable base. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't mind arts. I think arts is a amazing technology. It's an amazing distribution. But arts is for a really specific kind of people. It's for not a special kind of people, but specific kind of people that have a specific need. When I ever need stability and reproducibility, I use NixOS because of the config I can still have for custom OS. Yeah, a lot of people like NixOS. But on my personal PC, I prefer rolling releases since I'm addicted to updates. There is something nice by doing an update. And I'm not addicted to updates, but that's why I like Tumbleweed, is that it's arts without the hassle. Or arts made easier, whatever you will call it. And I like Manjaro because it's arts. I look at Manjaro this way. It's arts with Debian. It's arts. It's what Manjaro is, what Debian would be making if they made a rolling release. To some extent. Stability overall. That's what they're focusing on with Manjaro. They want it to be stable. It just happens to be based on the arts. But I really do like Manjaro for that reason. They don't update as often. And they do a little bit more testing than arts do. I don't think they do the same amount of testing as Tumbleweed do, though. Hey, John. I'm using Mint since a while now, but I really want to learn about the Linux architecture and complete working. Which distro should I install? You can learn that on any Linux distribution, John. You don't need there's no Linux distribution that will teach you more or less about Linux. It's all about you. Start Googling it. What do you want to learn about Linux architecture? Google it. And then read articles, studies, white papers, watch development blogs and stuff like that. You can... Anything you want to learn out of Linux, you can learn on any distribution you want. Because it's Linux in the end. It's just about philosophies about what a Linux distribution should be. Do you want the Ubuntu philosophy, the Arch philosophy? But in the end, if you want to learn about, let's say, kernel development, you can do that on any Linux distribution. You just go to kernel.org and read the source code, or you Google, explaining the Linux source code, or watching videos about people compiling the Linux kernel. I actually did that in a live stream once. Watching videos about configuring the Linux kernel. Want to learn about userland under Linux? Google that. See if there's any videos about that. If there's any videos you want me to make, recommend them, and I will see if I know anything about it, and I will make them. That you can learn. It's not... The things you can learn about Linux is not depending on the distribution. Far from it. The distribution really don't matter in that instance. It's all about you. What do you do to get the information? It's all about gathering information, basically. So you should become an information gatherer. You should go out there and say, how can I get this information? What can I do to get this knowledge? And then go out and hunt it down like you're hunting down your next meal or something like that. But you can do that on any distribution. So I won't recommend anyone. Use the distribution you like. Use the one you like, dude. I run the beta of OpenSUSE to get more updates. Updates and changes are awesome to learn something new. Yeah. Just be careful. While I prefer Arch over Tumbleweed because I prefer the build from the bottom up over building from the top down. So, if you install Tumbleweed or any OpenSUSE install, under the installer when you go to the summary page, if you click software, you can go in and do the exact same thing. You can take as much away from Tumbleweed from OpenSUSE as you want. I think I have a video about making an Arch install with OpenSUSE, where I show you how you go into with the installer and get basically the same install base as if you install Arch the Arch way. Yes, I go in and I take stuff away instead of adding stuff on, but you can get the exact same install experience. Not experience, but outcome. Let me put it that way. Thanks so much. I will go for Ubuntu next. Because, as I saw in your video, I remember you mentioned it's not about the easy distribution. It's all about how can I get help. Exactly, it's all about help. Also, can you please make a video explaining the Linux file architecture? So you mean do you mean the how it works, or do you mean how it's set? What it means. So do you mean explaining this, what bin is and what boot is and what dev is, or do you want me to go into how a file system works on a hard drive and how it talks? Okay, the files and folders inside. There are like the file structure. There are so many videos about that. If you go in here, if you search the Linux file structure, there are so many videos explaining this. Like, this is probably a really good one from Hardware Canucks. He tends to use a lot of good videos. Joe Collins' video here. It's 6 years old, but it's still really, really good. Linux directory is explained in 100 seconds. Linux directory structure. Linux, here, again from Chris Titus Tech. So on that level, I kind of feel like I can't provide any extra, but I you know what? I will think about it. I need something to write with. Just give me a fucking second. I can't find anything to write with. Oh, let's do it up here. as you can see here, I think even Red Hat has a... Oh, I am a mechanic. Well, my education is as a mechanic, but I worked in other, like I worked as a traveling repair guy, where I not moved, but traveled around Denmark and Europe to repair automatic feeding machines for the cow industry. I've been making industrial machines and servicing them. And I've been also traveling to repair them once in a while. I have worked as a groundskeeper and a janitor. I have had many jobs. Many jobs. And I'm not a hacker. I learn by doing. So if I find something I'm interested in, that's how I got into Linux. Someone gave me a Linux installed CD and said, can you install this? And I was like 12 or 15 years old. And I was like, yeah, let me try and install that. And I spent a spring break installing Linux, learning about installing Linux. And then I want to learn more about Linux, so I messed around. I broke Linux a lot. Like, I probably reinstalled Linux every week the first 4 years or 5 years I used Linux. Because I was like, oh, what does this do? Let me delete that one. And then, oh, now that don't work. That's how I learn. I learn by doing. Like, my first ever computer I got had Windows on it, Windows 95. And I was looking in the file system here. And there was a file in Windows system, whatever it is. I think it's system 32. And it was called Explore. And I was looking at the desktop. Explore, Internet Explorer. I don't need Internet Explorer, so I must not need Explore, so I deleted Explore. I didn't know that Explorer was the kernel. So I deleted the kernel under Windows. And everything just went shit up. And I'm not joking here. I had that computer for 1 day. I had no idea how to install Windows. I had no idea how to install Windows. I didn't even own a Windows install CD. So I had to go to school and talk to some people if they know how the fuck to get a Windows CD. And then I had to go home and install Windows. And it took me like a day or so before I knew how to install Windows. So, and nowadays it's really easy because we have virtual machines. So you can go in here and you can mess things up so bad without it impacting your host system. So I always tell people, if you want to learn something, dig around. Dig around. If you don't know what this package does or what this is, try and delete it and see what's happening. You know, dig around, mess around, fab around. If you or Google, now we have Google. We didn't have Google back then either. So search it. What does this file do? What is the meaning of this? You know, do I really need the lib64 under Linux? You know, what's the difference between lib64 and lib under Linux? You know, just Google it. We didn't have that back then, so we will be like, oh, this is interesting. Oh, I know I have bash, so I should probably not mess with that, but what is this in? Oh, I can't do anything about TTY. What happens if I delete it? Who am I? Oh, I know that's a command. Is that commands that's in here? It looks like it's commands that's in here. You get what I'm trying to say here. That was how I did it back in the day, and that's how I learned. But I like, my knowledge about computers is nothing. It's just fabbing around. And it's just, what is your interest? If I didn't work on cars or machines or anything like that, I was messing with computers. I really love computer hardware. I used to build computers as a teenager in the 90s and sell them to people and earn money that way. I help people remove viruses and clean up their file systems for them. So if they bought a computer with a lot of unnecessary junk on it, I uninstalled that and I cleaned up their file system and stuff like that. I earned money that way as a teenager. Like you said in a video, you can delete the app, but you probably fucking shouldn't. Exactly. Go nuts. Fab around, sure thing. Yeah. 24 years of fabbing. Yeah, and that's, like I said, that's what it took me to be somewhat comfortable talking about Linux to other people. And I again, I'm no genius. I know the bare minimum about Linux and any operating system. But I had to fab around a lot to get to where I am today. But it's because it's an interest for me. I like doing it. I wouldn't do it if I didn't like doing it. So for me, it was not that big of a problem. Like running Linux in the 2000s, Esther can back me up on that. Like you need to know what you were doing. Like we were going on to sites like the Linux hardware database. And back then, it was not like, oh, this Asus motherboard works. No, what chipset was on the Asus motherboard? What sound card was on the Asus motherboard? You know, what was it an Intel's chipset? Was it an AMD chipset? Yeah, fab is just a polite F word. Yeah. Or you could also say that it's instead of messing around, you use fab around, or jerk around. You could use fab around. Fab is also, I think it's English slang for masturbation. You are fabbing. You know, you're jerking off. But yeah, you could just, you know, it has many uses. Depends on where you live in the world. It has different meanings. But yeah. Like I said, back then we had to go in here and be like, okay, I have this motherboard. So these, okay, the sound works, but the Ethernet port don't work. Okay, the Ethernet port works, but the sound card don't work. And we had to spend so many times doing this. And not to talk about the software. The software in Linux in the 90s and early 2000s was fucking shit compared to today. Yes, we had software, but it would crash all the time. It would not work correctly. Then the desktop environment would go all fucking crazy on your ass. Like, it was a mess. And a lot of the hardware that Linux supported, it didn't support that well. So it was like, oh, you have a graphic card, you got probably 50% of the speed as you would do on the Windows. Oh, you have an AMD card or an Intel, CPU. You may lose a little bit performance running Windows. So you'll say we live in the Linux golden age. Yeah, we do. Like, every current year you are in is the golden age for everything. Because in theory, it should only get better. So it's the golden age for living, it's the golden age for internet, it's the golden age for having relationships, it's the golden age for having a spouse, it's the golden age for running Linux, it's the golden age for running Windows, because it should only go up. So yeah, always the current time should in theory always be the golden age. When I started, I installed Ubuntu 12.04 from a CD. I thought it was useless. This has come a long way, and so have I. Yeah. So my first install of Linux, I haven't spoken about this because it's not a favorable side about Linux, but it took me almost a week to install Linux because the Red Hat install I got was all in English, and I was still in school. I was like in 5th or 6th grade or something like that, so my English was not that good. And I didn't have any way of translating from English to Danish. Like I said, we didn't have Google and stuff like that back then, or we didn't have internet back then where I lived. I don't know if Google was around, it probably was, but you know, you couldn't just Google everything, and we didn't have smartphones to help us translate. So it was all just reading, you know, problems with your computer and what does that really mean? And then it said something like you have to do a root, you have to make a root system. I was like, root? I know root is like, you know, roots of a tree, but why the fuck do I want root for a tree within a fucking computer? I was like I didn't know that root was the same as the start, like the C drive on the Windows. I was like, why are they talking about gardening right now? Like, why the fuck do I need roots in a like? It makes no fucking sense. I'm not joking here. I spent almost a day figuring out what fucking root was. Until it showed me that I have to do / and type in ROOT. So I did that. And then it wanted me to... it asked me for what hard disk to use. I chose the wrong hard drive. So I had to start all over again. And then when I installed Linux, after like almost a week, it was more like 3 or 4 days. I messed around with it for 30 minutes and I was like, this is a piece of fucking shit. It can't do anything, it looks ugly, it's slow, it's buggy, and I deleted it. And then a month later I installed it again, deleted it, installed Windows again, because I couldn't dual boot, I didn't know what dual booting was. So every time I messed around with Linux, I had to delete my Windows partition. And I did that for a year or so. Then I figured out dual booting. So I got an extra hard drive. And I installed and uninstalled a shit ton of Linux distributions because they were all fucking shit. But in 2000, I was like, nope. I ran Windows 2000 as a dual boot. And Windows XP as a dual boot. But now I'm going Linux. I was primarily in Linux. And then only dual booted either for work or if Linux couldn't do something that I need to do for the government papers or something like that, I dual booted into Windows. But back then I had the Windows 2000. Windows 2000 was the best Windows ever, man. I had that on my second hard drive. And then I was like a little bit in XP, but I also dual booted into Linux. But I was primarily in Linux, of course, back in the early 2000s, like from 2000 to 2008. I had a laptop with Windows on it that I used quite a lot also. But yeah, I'm sounding like an old guy, but you don't know how good you have it nowadays. You really don't. When I installed SUSE in 1998, I thought it was useless, but by 2000, when I installed Red Hat and Open Linux, it became better. When I installed MIPS, I can't pronounce that fucking name, MIPS, in 2003, Linux had become usable as a daily driver. Yeah, and I also think in 2003 or 4 was like when I almost never had to boot into Windows anymore for what I did. Like, I rarely booted into Windows back then. That is early Linux in a nutshell. Yeah, it really was. It really was. Have to leave. Keep rocking. Good night. Just saw you 3 days ago, but seeing all your videos already. Oh my god, you've been busy, dude. Thanks so much and have an amazing day. And yeah, I do these live streams almost every Saturday, unless I had some family obligations and stuff like that. But I try to do them every Saturday. I think that would be the plan. I actually have been thinking about that. Instead of uploading a video every Saturday, I will probably be doing this or also upload a video. And I'm scaling down my video releases a little bit. I used to do what was it? 5 releases every day, 5 video releases every week. Sorry, and recession videos are epic. Yeah, take care, dude. Take care, man. Yeah, I think I will, of course, I will do my best to do. I have a plan now that says 4 videos a week. So 2 days, 1 day off, and then videos. And then Saturday it will either be a video and a live stream or only a live stream. It's a little bit up in the air. It will probably be a video and a live stream. But I like Esty said, that Linux has died down a lot. There's not much. The only thing there is to talk about is drama or what, what is OMG talking about, the new release of Ubuntu and stuff like that. There's not that much interesting technology-wise happening in Linux anymore. And that's why I'm starting to do those reaction videos. Because I see what other people are doing on YouTube, and reaction videos are massively popular on all over the board. For gamers, if you are a fucking Pewdie channel, they do reaction videos. So I was like, hey, why not do that in the tech world? Because I rarely see any tech people do reaction videos. So my plan is to have 1 reaction video a week. That will be the first video being released. One reaction video. And then 2 to 3 random videos. And then a live stream on Saturday. But I'm going, like, if I can keep up with 4 videos a week, that's kind of my goal now. Because I don't want to put a video out just to put a video out. I started to do that, like, late last year. I was like, I have to upload 6 or 5 videos. And I uploaded shit that it was like, I didn't like making them. It made no sense. And it was just junk videos. And I like Estic says, install, upload when there's something to talk about. What about snaps? I have no problem about snaps. And snap packages, like, they are like 5 years old or something like that. Oh, there's no, they are 5 or so years old. The snap technology is like 5 or so years old. So it's nothing new. SteamOS is nothing new either. It's just, like, sorry. FreeBSD has been running on PlayStation since fucking the 90s almost. Nintendo has been using Linux distribution versions for their OS for on and off for a lot of years. I think the GameCube, or not the GameCube, the N64 was Linux based, or you could at least run Linux on it. I can't remember if Switch is running FreeBSD or Linux, but I know PlayStation is running a version of FreeBSD. It means nothing for us. It means nothing for us. SteamOS is not going to do anything for Linux. And I watched the Linux Gamer's review of or that he got a Steam Deck. The Steam Deck is fucking massive compared to any other handhelds out there. If you look at the Nintendo Switch Nano, or what it's called, and you look at the Steam Deck, it's like 3 or 4 times thicker than the Nintendo, and it's at least 10 to 20% bigger, like wider and taller. Who wants to have like a brick in their fucking, with them in their bag? It's not practical at all, man. And desktop mode, that's not the target audience for a handheld device. Yes, there will be some people using the desktop mode, but most people, they will take it with them to the crapper, and they will sit and take a dump, and they will play some games, or they will take it with them on the the train or the bus, and they will play some games. And it's not a PC. It's a console. The hardware in a Steam Deck is closer to the hardware in today's Xbox and PlayStations than it is to your computer you have right now. It's not a PC. Well, everything is a PC. A console is a personal computer or computing device. But the Steam Deck is not a PC. It's using console hardware. It's like saying that you are a monkey because you share DNA with a monkey. Hardware alone doesn't make a console. What does make a console then? Because if it's the software, you could do the same thing with my phone. Is my phone a personal computer then? Everything you can do with Steam Deck, I can do with my phone. It's just running Android and DeX instead of Steam Deck OS and SteamOS. So is my phone now a personal computer? Or is it a mobile phone? A console is a mix between a mix of software and hardware, exactly what the Steam Deck is. They just happen to use the software of Linux and Steam and tailor their version of Arch to the Steam Deck. It's still a console then. Like I said, PlayStation has been running FreeBSD for decades. So is it a computer now because it's running FreeBSD? I just got a new phone. It's a Motorola One Arch. Laptops are leaps and bounds faster than my old LG I replaced. I've heard a lot of good things about Motorola phones nowadays. They used to be crap, though. They used to be crap. But they are quite good nowadays. Let's see how it looks like. I can't spell it, can I? Is it a plus? No. No. PC don't mean open platform, while a console is a closed platform, because then you would not call an iMac a PC. Then you will not call a Mac Mini a PC. No. That has nothing to do with a computer. A PlayStation is also an open platform. You can do a lot of things with a PlayStation. They don't want you to do it, but you can do it. There have been ways of installing Linux on PlayStations forever. Did someone say Motorola? Yeah, Esnik got a Motorola One H5G. Oh, it looks like my phone a little bit, to be honest. I have the Samsung S21 5G. Just not the big version, just the entry-level versions. It's actually a really beautiful phone. It looks a lot like the old Samsung phones, though. Oh, with security updates. I didn't know that, though. Yeah, they look a lot like Samsung. Like, this edge here was like the Samsung Note or something like that. Oh, you didn't get the edge. Oh, did I Google it? Oh, Ace. Oh. I totally, let's delete all these suckers here. Looks a little bit like an iPhone then. Also, let's look up what personal computer means. A personal computer is a multi-purpose microcomputer whose size, capability, and prices make it feasible for individual use. Personal computers are intended to be operated directly by the end user, rather than by a computer expert or technicians. That's the official definition of a computer, or a personal computer. But then a console is also a personal computer. It's just a specific, you know, multi-purpose machine. Because you can watch Netflix on it, you can browse the internet. Yeah, take care, man. Take care and have an amazing weekend. And thanks for stopping by. So you have 4 cams in the back. Camshafts. Double overhead camshafts. Yeah, it looks a lot like the front end here. I'm not going to lie. Can I So the front looks almost exactly like my phone. Exactly. And the side button placements is exactly the same. The back, however, looks a little bit more like an iPhone. Yeah, go away. Yeah. Welcome in, 73. Estek in here just got a new phone, so we're just looking at it to see how it looks like. So yeah, if you look at it from the front, and I took my phone and I placed it beside it, they look almost identical. Like, if you look here, you see they're almost identical. That's really funny. They're almost identical. It's only getting Android 12. Oh, yeah, I heard about that with the Motorola. They're a little bit behind that. Personally, I see a console more of a computer than a PC because you can choose the OS without hacking it. So we have to make sure that we make a difference between what we see the world as and how the world is. Do you know what social constructs is? It's something that society deems that's being it. So we all agree that a store, the name store means the store. That's a social construct. When you say Walmart, we all agree that that's Walmart. It has the name, we know how it looks like and stuff like that. We all know that's a store. We have all agreed that the name store could be used, for Walmart and stuff like that. If you want to call it something else because you have beliefs that it's maybe let's say a mall store. Those two words, you yourself say, oh, I will personally call that a mall store instead of just a store or a mall. I would call it a mall store. That's you that want to do that, but that don't mean that that's the right thing to, or not the right thing, that's really bad said. But that don't mean that it's true. Because society have not accepted it as being true. So we are not all agreed upon that that's the term for Walmart, is mall store. We are all agreeing that it's a store or a mall or what, I don't know what it is, but you get what I'm saying here. So if your definition of a computer differs from what the society have agreed upon that it is, that don't make you right. It don't make you wrong either, but we are all, there's a reason why we have those social constructs. It's so we all know what we are talking about. So you could say that they are more right than you are, but you're not wrong, because you can believe whatever you want. You can call it whatever you want. But you also have to acknowledge that then people may not know what you're talking about. Or understand you. So that's why, I would say that it's not a PC. I go a step further though. And I look at devices like this. What is the closest resemblance of this device? So what hardware and what specs is the Steam Deck shared most with? No, what DNA is closely resemblance of a Steam Deck? That is a console. They use the same graphic engines. They use the same CPUs. The CPU you get in a Steam Deck is not the same that you can get on your home computer. It's a Jaguar CPU. They are not available for home computers, only consoles. It uses joypads and stuff like that are indicative of controller controls. So the more you look at it, the more similarities it has with a console on the hardware side. So that's why I call it more of a console than a PC. So call it an open console if you want. I can agree with that. But I won't call it a PC because the way the whole architecture in a Steam Deck is made is nothing like us. Yes, it has a CPU, it has RAM, and it has a hard disk and stuff like that. But so do my phone. You get what I'm saying here. But the individual components being used in the Steam Deck is almost identical to the ones being used on a console. So that being said is that the DNA is closer to a console. So that's why I don't call it a PC. Had it had like a stock standard Ryzen CPU in it, and DDR5 RAM in them, and an NVIDIA graphic card chipset in it, that's the same that say you can buy on a 390 or something like that, I will agree 100% with you. But that's not the case. I'm going to buy a cheap Moto phone so soon. Yeah, a lot of people like the Motorola. I have the Motorola One 5G Arts right now. Or A, sorry. Since when you have that motor phone? I just bought it yesterday. Yeah, but it's really interesting. Like, if you look here, and you look here, like, if I lay my phone beside your phone and they could only see... Let's see if we can find a better picture here. And they could only see this. And they could only see this of my phone. It would be really hard to actually see which one it is. Of course, maybe the screen is better on mine because mine is like a fucking massive expensive phone compared to the Motorola. But you kind of get what I'm saying here. They are really alike, man. I used to have an LG G6, had it for 4 years until the battery finally went bad. I always been having, or not always, but the last couple of years, I've been running Samsung phones. They just seem to work better. What's the last security patch state on your phone right now? Japanese, I think you need to tell him how to see that. Because I don't know if he knows how to check that. It can be a little bit convoluted on the Android to figure out what software you have on. It is something like settings and... how is it you doing? I can't even remember it myself. This... This is the, I think he has a bigger screen than I have. Yeah, he has a bigger screen than I have. But I have better cameras than he have. The screen. He also have a bigger battery, but that's because he has a bigger screen. Why can't I see? This site is not giving me. So yeah, I have better hardware, it looks like better cameras and stuff like that. But he has a bigger screen. Mine is only a 6.2 inch. And his is a 6.7. And we have the same storage. I have more RAM than he has. I have 8 gig, he only have 4 or 6 gig. I think I also have a faster CPU. Oh, it's not saying it in here. It's a Danish site I'm looking at, so it's a little bit... Check out Moto G2, that's the one I want to buy. Yeah, just give me a second here. You have 8 gig and 64. Yeah, I have 8 gig. What did it say? Again, this is a Danish site. I'm a little bit sorry for that, but it's just the first one I could find. I have 30 times zoom and 8K videos. I have 128 gigabytes on the phone. I can't expand the storage though. And I think it has 8 gigs. Yeah, 8 gigs of RAM. And I get the latest Android. I'm already on Android 12. You said, what was the Motorola... There's a G22. G22. Ooh, that's a beefy boy. It looks a little bit like a Xiaomi phone. So, like... Yeah. I know. The EU one is using the Equinox. That's the one I have. If you get the Samsung phones in the States and other places, you get the Snapdragon version. But I'm getting 2 days battery on mine, around 2.5 days, and I don't, like I'm not sparely using it. I charge it like every second day or so. And then it's like at 15-20%. And I use it quite a lot. But yeah, you're right. It is a different CPU that you're getting. But it's fine for me. Like, I have no problem with it. My old Samsung had a Snapdragon in it. This one here has their own version. That Equinox or Xerox or what the fuck it's called. And I honestly can't see a difference in it. Again, I don't game on my phone and stuff like that. You get 2 days, I get 1.5 on the same day. Yeah, I again, it depends on how much I use it, but with my use, when I go to bed the second day, I will have like 5 or 10% left. On really heavy use days, I may have to put it to charging, at night, in the evening. You can you see that in battery? If you go into battery. Where is I can't find the fucking thing. Here, battery. So I have 85% left, and the phone tells me that with 85% left and my usage, I have 1 day and 18 hours left on the phone. And I charged it this morning at 9 o'clock. And I didn't even charge. Yeah, I only charged it up to 90. No, sorry, here. Yeah, 96%. Or something like that. I've charged mine twice a day, but I also live stream to Reddit today. Yeah, so I don't watch. I used to watch YouTube videos on it in bed, but now I'm using my laptop, and I don't like. I mostly use my phone for like social media and taking pictures, and I don't take many pictures. I watch YouTube videos once in a while, then I listen to Spotify, when I'm out walking and doing stuff like that. Or if I'm just cleaning, I sometimes listen to Spotify. I have my watch. I have a Samsung Galaxy Watch Classic Original, the first series, that talks to it. I have the Galaxy AirPods Pro version I use that is fucking about to break on me, which I don't like. The connections are really bad on them. But I used to have the other phone I had was the A80, this one here. So this is my old phone. And I get the same battery life out of both. This one here had a bigger screen though. This one here had I think it's the same screen as Esnik has, like a 6.7. And I thought it was too big for me. Because I do a lot of physical labor. And I have my phone in my pocket, so I didn't want a phone that was too big. You know, so I didn't hit it when I bumped into things and stuff like that. Or if I dropped things and things like that. So I specifically went down to the entry-level phone with the S21. But I get a better screen. And then theoretically I also get a more bad processor, of course. Hey Bogdan, how are you, man? But yeah, this is my previous phone. And I get the same battery life out of both. It's kind of the same. And I had that one for 2 years. I had this to August this year. I had my S21 for a year. I buy it over my phone plan every time. It's just better that way. Go with battery life when choosing a phone and always carry a real compass for when you're going to get stuck on a mountain. Charging once every 5 days, gotta move to keep power. It has no compass. I have compass on my watch, and I have a compass on my in my backpack. And it's actually good you said that, because I need a compass for my pants. And it sounds crazy, but I wear cargo pants where I have like a small first aid kit in it. I have a notebook. I have a cable ties. I have a raincoat in it, one of those one-time used raincoats. Or the ones that you just, not coat, but the ones you just put over yourself and it covers your whole clothes. And I need a compass in my cargo pants, in my ready kit, so to speak. I should make a video about what I have on me as a daily carry or on in my pants. And then I have, when I go to work, I have a backpack that has like extra clothes in it. I have safety glasses, safety equipment. I have extra underwear and socks because I work outside. And if I get wet, it's nice to have extra clean dry socks and underpants. I have a IFAK with me, individual first aid kit, and of course my water bottle. I have some Kleenex. What else do I have? Cable ties in that one also. Then I have like accessory packs for all my electronics, so chargers, wires, stuff like that. So if I'm out, I can just plug it into a charge and charge my phone and my headbuds and my watch. I have a small little toolkit with like wrenches and stuff like that, so I can, repair shit. I have a watertight notebook with a pencil. I have safety masks, just in case. I have extra bags that are waterproofs, just in case. I have a little dental hygiene kit in it, in my bag. I have extra raincoats, those one-time use raincoats in my bag. I have ear protection, earplugs in my bag. And yeah, I'm fine doing some cleaning and listen to this stream. Oh, amazing. I wish I could help you clean, though. Manly stuff. Well, I don't know about that. God, the video idea always sound naughty. Yeah, every video idea is naughty. Walking around Edinburgh or Prague trying to find your way from pub to blues bar and the phone doesn't know which. Yeah, that's a problem. Do you make sure all your devices are USB-C or you only need one cable? I do my best, Mark. I do my best. But I have two kind of headsets. I have the Galaxy Pro that use USB-C, but I also have, for my work, I have another headset called, what the fuck are they called? I can't remember right now. Isotunes, that is. I have these one here that are they are safety tested. Yeah. So they are safety tested to be worked with machines and stuff like that, and I can listen to music with them and stuff like that. But they don't use USB-C, they use like the mini USB stick. But I have like a cable in my both in my pants. It sounds fucking crazy, in my pants, in my cargo pants, and I also have in my tech kit in my bag one of those splitters that have both mini USB, USB-C, and FireWire. And then I have like a 22 watt plug, you know. But I have different kits that I take with me depending on what I do. Moto G22 looks promising with its compass. Yeah. Do you prefer these over the ear headphones? Yeah, I don't like over the ear headphones anymore. I use them for my videos and right now when I'm talking to you guys. But if I'm at work, I prefer these. Because if they should drop out, I used to have true wireless headphones at work. And I drop them all the fucking times. Because like I said, I'm doing all, you know, I'm bending over and stuff like that. So I went with these here. And they have these, you know, around the ear here to help you not lose them. And if you lose them, you have this wire going around your neck so they don't drop down. So for work, I prefer this. You know, woodworking, outside working, you know, mechanical repair stuff and stuff. That I would use these. Also because, you know, they are safety tested. So I can, you know, use a grinder. I can use all kind of things that makes a lot of sounds and noise and not getting my earring fucking blown out. But if I'm just going for the shop, if I'm just, you know, everyday use, I like my in-ear true wireless Galaxy earbuds. But like I said, one of them is losing charge all the time, and it's when I put it in the case, I have to shake the case for it to make a connection, and I need some new ones. But they're not even a year old, and it really irritates me. Anyone lower the resolution on their phone to increase battery life? No, I don't do that. I just want full. I have adaptive refresh rate. So depending on what I'm doing, it goes from 20 to 140 or something like that. 120 or something like that. And look at its price. It's cheap. It has a 500 battery. Amazing how many things you can have in your cargo pants. Where do you put your massive CV? In the back. I do, you know, the thing that the translators do. I stock it between my legs and out in the back. No, I have what are they? They are 511. It's the best fucking pants I've ever had. Tactical pants. Where's 511? There you go. Men's pants. See if I can find them here. No, it's not those. It's not those. I think it's these one. It's not the EMT ones or EMS ones, sorry. Is it these? No, it's not Fast Tech. It's this Tech Light. Here, CDU pants. I think it's these. Yeah, it's not these. It's definitely not those. It's definitely not those. What the fuck are they called? I have them right here. Tactical. Search. It's definitely not those. Is it these here? Yep, it's these here. So but those in-ears getting dirty very quick when you just clean them, my friend. Good to know that some pants have tactical have tacticalist. Have you bought those? Yeah. Cry Freak is really good for those, for 511 pants. Either Extra Cry or Gear Freaks. Or Cry... Yeah, Gear Freaks I call them. These I bought them in here. And I bought them for a little under 500 Danish crowns. But yeah, these two sites here, Cry Freak or Extra Cry or Gear. I call it Gear. Not Cry. There's also another one, I can't remember it, but these are the ones that I use the most, these two here. Actually, I can link them to you here. It's... Where's the other one I use? Vagtshop.dk. Sometimes you can find some good deals that these sites here have in Vagtshop. It's basically a security shop or something like that if you translate it. And I buy a lot of stuff from these sites here. But yeah, these are the pants that I have right now. And they are fucking amazing. So there's a pocket here and a pocket here. So in this pocket here, I have a mask. I have 10 masks. I have a first aid kit and I have the Kleenex bag. In this over here, I have my accessories. Like, you know, IT accessories, cables, chargers, table ties, raincoats. You know, one of those you pack down. What else do I have in there? A notepad and a all-weather Ride in the Rain pen. In this little here, this is actually meant for a magazine or something like that. But I have like a hand sanitizer in it. I have this one in it. In this here, because this one here just fits in it really easy, and this one is made for using in the field, so you can use it. Let's say you poop and pee, it's meant to sanitize those bacteria also. So it not only does it works against, you know, the coof, but it also helps you if you want to just wash your hands. So I have that in my pants in this one here. And let's see, you can see it better here. And one thing that's amazing, I don't know if you can see it better. Yo, here. You see it goes down here. This is your back pocket, and it's big. It goes all the way down to the mid of your thigh, and here you strap things in it. So here I have a strap with a keychain lock in it that goes down to my pocket here. And here I have one of those foldable backpacks that you can fold together that almost feels nothing. When I go shopping, and I just put it down this fucking pocket here. And it goes down to like here, I will guess. Let's see if you can see it. Yeah, here. You can see it goes all the way down here. So you can have like cloths, you can have like, you know, if you have like a t-shirt, you can easily have a t-shirt in that back pocket. And it's so accessible. And then the other one over here, I have a pair of gloves. Right now, if it gets too cold and stuff like that, I have some gloves I put in here. And like I said, in this pocket, I put my phone in it. And this over here, I have like one of those keychains you just snap into your belt. And then the chains are down there. And they are so doable and they are fucking amazing. Like 511 tactical pants are some of the best in the fucking world. They are hot as fuck. Like, if it's a summer day, your balls will sweat, okay? They are hot as fuck, but you can't break these pants. They are so doable. Yeah, they are really functional. I love them. I love them. Those pants might be good enough for my landscape. They are built for it. These pants here are built for using in the field, you know, for military use. So they are built to be sturdy. They are built for, you know, soldiers. So you can definitely use them for landscape. The only problem is you can't get knee pads in them. There is a little bit of reinforcement here, but you can't insert knee pads. It looks like a grenade. Yeah, it kind of does look like a grenade. But it's actually certified for medical use. As you can see here, there's a medical badge up here. And I have used... I'm not joking. That thing has come and used more times than you can imagine. I have been to a toilet because I had a really, let's just say, good burrito or something like that. And I had to fucking take a dump, okay? I ran into a toilet. I did my thing. You know, wiped my ass. And there was no fucking soap. So I just used this. Like, having sanitizer on you all the time. I don't get why we didn't do it before, you know, the coup. Because it's so useful. If you touch something at the store, you know, and you get a little bit like grease or paint on you from the packaging, I just take this one out and my hands are clean. But yeah, I love these fucking pants here, man. I don't think I could live without these pants. Oh, I forgot. There's a pocket in the front. Here, I don't know if you can see it, but there's a pocket here. And that actually is, again, they are made for tactical use. So they fit let's say, a pistol magazine in them. But I put my earbuds and if I use pens and stuff like that, I just put them in that little pocket that's up here. I don't know if you can see it better in other places. It looks like they're taking it away from these pants. But yeah, there's a little pocket here. And they are not that expensive. Oh, 511 have pants like this with knee pads in them, my friend. This is just the ones I got. But yeah, they do have pants with knee pads in, that you could put knee pads in. But what I do is I use something like this. Let's see if I can find the ones I have. I think these are the ones I have. I just bought some really cheap knee protection that I use. And I have them in my bag. So if I go outside and have to do outside work and stuff like that, I just take them out of my bag and slap them around my knee. Yeah, kneecap attached on them, yeah. But I want something better. But my new job, I don't go outside as much, and I'm not on my knees almost ever. But when I worked and doing landscaping and outside maintenance and stuff like that, I use them a lot. These one here, and I just found the cheapest ones I could find. But yeah, I used to not buy tactical pants. I used to just buy normal pants. But after I got these tactical pants with all those pockets in them, I can't go back. I can't go back to just wearing Levi's or stuff like that. I need cargo pants with that many pockets in them. Yeah, I get that, but I when I'm at work, my job gives me work pants. So I only have to pay for the knee pads myself. No, I don't work at the castle anymore. I work at the Via Park. road and parks. Parks and recreation. I've been doing that for 3 or 4 months right now. Zipper butterfly, I don't really care, Mark, to be honest. I don't care. Right now, I am working for the local parks department. Road and Parks department. And there are... right now, we have a lot of benches in my town that need to be refurbished, basically. So I take them apart, I clean them, I belt sand them, I strip them from paint them, give them element proofing paint on the wood, and then we build them again, you know, put them back together and put them outside. And it's all different kinds of benches that you've probably seen in your town also. One of them is like fucking weighing over 100 kilograms. Do you guys allow most of benches? So what happens doing? We don't have you mean memorials plates and stuff like that? I don't think we have any of those. We have here in Denmark. We don't do memorials benches. We do more memorial stones. So we have a stone, you know, where there's like a memorial on them. We don't do it on benches, and I actually don't think in my town we have any historical benches. It's more, like I said, stone or plaques and stuff like that. But before that, I maintained the outside area of the local castle. My job buys me work pants too, but they suck in the winter, so I had to get worms. Oh, that fucking sucks, man. Yeah, but the new pants I got at my new job, they do have the inserts to get the knee pads in them, so I just have to get the knee pads if I want. Hey, that's pretty interesting. Like the stone at the often benches here have the name of deceased with a memorial note. Yeah, so if you I couldn't remember how to spell stone. So we do a lot like this here. You know, this is how we do it in Denmark. We put up a stone and then we have our memorial there. This is for the French and Russian. Something like I couldn't really read it. Have you ever heard about the rune stones? You know, the Viking rune stones. We still do that to this day. Just with our native language on it. Sometimes English. It's kind of a little bit the same as a tombstone. So we both have tombstones and we have memorial stones. It's a little bit crazy now that I'm thinking about it. But yeah, here, in memory of French and Russian prisoner of wars that landed on, this is a Danish name, beach, May the 4th, 1945. So we do something like this here. Here's another, we call them minnesten, or memorial stones. Or memory stone, or whatever you will call them. But it's kind of descended from the rune stones like the Vikings did back in the day. It's kind of a little bit like the same here. And I think they also do it in Sweden and Norway, but Tinker can probably chime in on that. But we also have like our tombstone. This is like a normal tombstone. If you die or something like that, you can get something like this here. This is not this is like common tombstone for people in Denmark. Or something like this here. Here's a really, really massive memorial stone. Yeah. Freedom fighter, and then his name. So this is in memory of a Danish freedom fighter during Second World War. Do you have a tip for shoes? No, we have my shoes is both reinforced in the tip, so I can drop stuff on it, and in the bottom, so I can walk on nails and stuff like that, and it won't penetrate my shoe. That's really cool. We have a few of them. We have them here, ancient ones. Yeah, we still do to this day. Ooh, I wish I had wool-lined shoes when I was working outside. Nowadays, I'm more inside. Again, it depends on the job requirement, because the job I have right now, I'm a little bit like, I do whatever is needed. So until this job is done, this work job is done, or workload is done, there's no more benches to refurbish, I may have to go outside and do some stuff. Or if they need a helping hand, I'm kind of like I do all kind of things at the job I have right now. Side zip good for working on rigs. Yeah, I never had side zipped shoes. I always just had the normal shoes. Yeah, they don't... Here in Denmark, they tend to be really good with giving you safety equipment like shoes and stuff like that. And mine has always been really good. At the castle, I have to buy them myself, but I got money to buy them. So it was kind of up to me what kind of quality I got. Man, now I want to spend a lot of money on these two sites here. Oh yeah, my backpack. Fucking hell. This is my backpack. I don't have the 2.1 version. I have the old version, but they look almost identical. But this is my backpack, and it's let's see, what color is it? Do they have the right color? Double tap. It's gray and black. Here it is. This is my backpack. Rust 24 double. It's not the 2.1 as this one is, so it's a little bit different. But you can't see it from the outside. I have the 1.0. But I love tactical. I used to buy, clothes and backpacks and stuff like that. I used to buy the cheapest I could find. And I keep buying a shit ton of backpacks because they always broke. When I went over to like military use backpacks and clothes, for everyday use you just can't fucking wear them out. So I always pay for, military grade backpacks and stuff like that, because I know they will fucking, they won't break. But this backpack here is amazing. And you can get it in a 24 liters, a 37 liters, that's the one I have, and a 70 something liters, or I think it's 70 liters. Or 60 liters, I can't remember. 55 liters is the big one. No, Opera is just the one I happen to have installed on this one here, on this Linux install, because I tested it out long ago. And I haven't used Banjiao in weeks, so I just thought I would use it today, and I just only installed Opera on it. But yeah, that's it's not my favorite browser at all. Claim them back taxes. Claim them back on the taxes too, yeah. Yeah, me too. Showing up to this live stream will cost me money. Damn it. Yeah, I spent hours. I even have 511 gloves. I'm a little bit of a fanboy of 511. Oh, they don't have my gloves here, but they fucking just work, man. But yeah, I shop a lot on these two sites here. Freak, Gear Freak, Kite Freak, or Extra Kite. I don't know why I can't speak Danish today. But I'm more 511, Hexicon Tech, Tasmanian Tiger. What's the other one I also use? Mascot, that's a Danish brand. But I tend to buy stuff from those. Like my belt buckles, my belts are all from either Mascot or 511. Because the 511s ones I have, they can carry my weight and still not break. Like I can use them to basically hang myself in them and they will not break. You know, like I can use them as you know, like crawl up stuff. You know, catch a latch with them and then use them to carry myself up with them. And they're not that much more expensive than a really nice pair of belts that you buy at a man's store. I'm using work shoes from Stone Kit, and they used to break after 1 year in my experience. Yeah, so I use something called Mascot, that's a Danish brand. Actually, most of them I use is Danish brands, because you can't... Prunje is also a Danish brand. Kmore SF, also another company that looks good for steady professional. I think I've heard about that name before. Let me check. First Tactical is also really good for backpacks and stuff like that. Yeah, they are too big for me, man. But yeah, they look really, really good. Oh yeah, we talk about everything in here. When I live stream, it don't have to be Linux. When I live stream, it's like you and I are going to the pub and having a beer. You get, you know, it's not the same company. Okay. Oh, you mean these kind of... Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I know which one they are. I never used them. North Face I've been thinking about a little bit, but... Yeah, like I said, I'm all over the place right now. I get easily distracted. Yeah, like, my live streams is all about us just hanging out. Sometimes I have some subjects we talk about. Sometimes I rant for fucking 8 hours about a subject. Most of the times, it's... If someone wants to talk Linux, we talk Linux, Windows, Mac. Philosophy, shoes, education, love, life, sex, life. Talk about anything. Like I said, it's like us going to the pub, getting a beer, and we talk about whatever the fuck we want. There's no rules other than, of course, respecting each other and, you know, being a decent human being and stuff like that. But yeah, it's just us hanging out. It don't have to be Linux. On that topic of beer, let me get my German beer out of... Oh, I love German beer. Tinker in here used to brew beer as a profession. Unused. Free to a good home if you are size 14 UK. What is 14 UK? Are you from... oh yeah, Edinburgh, yeah. What is a 14 UK? Oh, 31? I'm like 37. So what would that be? Where the fuck is they? I'm a 13 and a half. Between 13 and between 12 and a half and 13 and a half, depending on what kind of shoes they are. You are 10 and a half. Oh, that's a little bit bigger. You're in Scotland. I love the Scottish accent. We have a Scottish pub in my town I really want to try. We have this is a local pub we have or restaurant, and I really want to try it. They'll be like clown shoes, eh? It's 47 between 46 and 47 centimeters that I use. No. Am I? No, I'm fucking wrong. It's 37. Right? No. It can't be 37 because then. No, it is in the 40s. Yeah. Japanese size centimeters. I have a fucking ruler now, and I have to measure my feet now. I can't even catch my shoes. Give me a second. I want. Hey, society. I want. Give me a second. I'm going to check my shoes now. Okay, I just checked my shoes. So, depending on what kind of shoes they are, I'm between 11.5 and 13.5. Because some shoes that's 11.5 is big 11.5, and some shoes that's 30. I would say on average, I'm 12.5. But some shoes I need them in 11.5, and some shoes I need them in a 13.5. Again, some shoes are just bigger than others, I guess. Because I have two working boots. And they are the same size, but one of them is a little bit bigger to wear than the other ones, and they're both 12.5. But the other one feels more like a 13 and 13.5, but they are designated as 13.5. So let's just say 13.5 is my size, because that's the other. I have 3 pairs of I have 3 pairs of work boots right now, and the two best one that fits the best is 12.5. So that's what I got at the new job, but they feel bigger than the old one. It's irritating as fuck. Better to have one slightly too big, and most people are freaks with one foot bigger than the other. Yeah, I'm a little bit like that. But yeah, if I put thicker socks on, it don't matter. Like if I like heavy duty socks on, it will not matter. It's only if I'm wearing thin socks. But yeah, this is like this is our Scottish restaurant. You get Scottish pie and shit like that. I really want to. What is the menu? Let's look at the menu. I'm getting really hungry right now. Snack baskets, sweet potatoes, fries, chili burger, fox burger, wild burger, guacamole burger, flammekuchen. I have no idea what that is. Cottage pie, lamb, fish and chips, barbecue, spare ribs. Yeah. What else do we have here? Salads. Who the fuck eats salads? Come on. So where's the Scottish stuff? I have no idea, dude. Like fox student burger. I think it's the cottage pie and the lamb. The lamb pot could probably be it. The fish and chips. I think that could be it. Flammekuchen is similar to pizza. I could also just Google it, of course. Ah, gotcha. So there's no haggis. Why is there no haggis? I really want to taste it. Like... Am I crazy for wanting to taste that? Deep fry the pizza and you'll get it. Tinker, is this here where we need to have our beer one day then? A Flammerkuchen and a good beer, because apparently they have really good beer in here. What kind of beers do they have? Because I was looking at their drinks menu. Where the fuck is the drinks menu? Do I have to go back to see that? Come on. Oh, here it is. Cocktails, rum, gin and tonic, cognac and brandy, whiskey. Oh, I love my whiskey. Bottled beer. Trout beer. Haggis, conching, kelp syrup, lobster and chips. Lobster and chips they had. But haggis, I don't know why they don't have haggis. Maybe it's too Scottish for the Danish people. Cotton sinks. What is that? Oh, that looks amazing, man. It's like a kind of like, is it like a soup or paste or something like that? Like a potatoes-esque soup or something like that? Yeah, we definitely need to taste that. It's actually like, you know where your work, they're calling it Skål nu. It's just like 10 meters towards the sea. That's where Fox and House is right now. Almost at the end of that road. If you go down towards the castle. Oh my god. Oh, is it shrimp? Oh, smoked haddock. Oh, so it's beef chunks. Two ounces of butter. Okay. It's like a creamy soup, contains potatoes, haddocks, seaweed, often winkles and more. Oh. So it's like a creamy fishy soup then? Oh my god. And it's not like it's massively difficult to make though. So when are you inviting us over, Mark, for all this Scottish delight? I want to recommend goose beer if you are into German beers. Most people don't know it. I've heard about it. I don't know if Tinker knows about it, but I heard the name before, yeah. Yeah, that's it, made from what can be scavenged or caught. Ah, so it's one of those meals where it's like, oh, you know, this is going to sound really bad, but it's like the things they can sell, or the leftovers, or the not so desirable things that you caught. Then you just throw it in there, you know. Like the not so expensive meat, and you get what I'm saying here. We have pots like that here in Denmark also, where we take just the leftovers and put it into a pot with some potatoes in it, and then we make them on a pot. Plus goose comes from the area of Germany that I live in. Oh, forwards. Oh, okay, gotcha. Stories. Yeah, I think that's what I mean, yeah. But yeah, if you want to talk beer, just talk to Tinker and for fun and autonomy. Oh, did I spell it right? I didn't spell it right. Yeah, I did spell it right. Long trail. No, I never had those. I had Warsteiner. If you're from Germany, you know that fucking shit. So there used to be a pub, and if you came between 10 at night and 12 o'clock, for 50-hour currency, you could drink all the Warsteiner you wanted in that pub, and it tasted like fucking dishwash water. But it was cheap, and you could drink all you want. But damn, I got drunk on that shit, and ugh, it tasted like fucking bullshit. But if you got some whiskey at home, some rum, some gin, you know, whatever you had, a booze at home, and then you just went down to that pub at 10, and you gave them a 50, and you could drink all the fucking Warsteiner you want. And it was like drinking water with a little bit of taste in it, but you got fucking drunk off it. Can I even spell that name? I don't even think it's considered decent. Really? 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 It's considered decent. In Denmark, we will call that dishwashing beer. Like, it's thin, has no taste. Oh, well, it has taste, but we will call it a girl's beer. Not to be sexist or anything, but that's, you know, it's what it is. Like, I'm not saying that I don't like it, but it would be a beer I would drink if I wanted a beer, but I really didn't want a beer. If you get what I'm saying here, like, I don't want to get drunk. I don't want to, you know, a really good tasty beer with a lot of depth in it. I just want the sparkiness, the foam, and then a little bit of beer taste. I would drink a Warsteiner. And we used to call it like dishwashing beer here in Denmark, or at least in my town. I'm too old now to go in town for getting drunk. I take my days to recoup. Fuck that shit. Lots of water, lots of salt, lots of vitamins before you go to bed. Probably an energy drink, Tinker. And you're golden the next day, man. A Stemburger beer, I've heard about those also, yeah. Boston, I have not heard about those. Now you're saying that, I just listened to Rammstein's new single. It's actually really, really good. Zigzag. But yeah, I used to drink so much Warsteiner. Like, I'm oh my god. One time I got so drunk. Story time here. I was sitting in the bar. And I was talking to the waitress. Really, really sweet girl. And she was just pouring the fucking beers every time I drink them. And then my friend came over to me and was like, Kent? Yeah? You were drunk. No. I was like, no, I'm not drunk. And I mean it. I didn't feel drunk whatsoever. I was hitting on the girl and we were having a fun time. And I was, you know, drinking the beer. I couldn't feel it whatsoever. And he was like, you know, you stupid idiot. Try and stand on your fucking feet. So I get down the seat and I stood up and I just slammed my face into the fucking ground like a fucking sack of potatoes. And I was just laying down there looking at him like, what the fuck just happened? Did you just knee-butt me or kick me or something like that? No, I told you, you're pissed drunk. And I was just laying there like, I can't get up. I couldn't physically get up. I was so fucking wasted. So he helped me up. And we walked 2 meters and I puked all over the fucking bar, man. I got so sick. They carried me out to the toilet and I puked for like an hour out there. And they carried me outside. And I was like, I honestly could not feel anything until he told me I was drunk. And he was like, well, I noticed you were drunk when you started to sit upright. And the more you drank, the more you started to lean to one side until you were almost falling off the fucking chair. So I was just slowly degrading my posture while I was drinking. And I didn't notice it. I was just hitting on the girl. And that was in Warstein. And I couldn't drink it for 6 months after that. I was so fucking drunk, man. Watch. I think I've heard about that one. I used to fucking drink a lot, man. Is that how you spell it? Another cocktail. Oh, they're not uploaded lately, though. Oh, so it's traditional Scottish food, then? Oh, I have to look at this one here. Cheese scones. That sounds delicious, though. Oh, they look good. Schweizer apps. I heard about that one on March. Manish. Your manage. I don't know. I can't pronounce your name apparently. It's when you're so drunk, your body feels like a sack of potatoes pulling towards the earth in a random. Yeah. That was me. That was me. And at that time, I lived 100 meters away from the pub. It took me almost 3 hours to get home. I was so fucking drunk, man. Oh my fucking god. It was so bad that I was sitting 10 meters or 50 meters away, halfway to my home. And 2 kids came up to me. They were like, dude, are you alright? And I'm like, yeah, I'm just drunk. Where do you live? Over there. And they carried me to my doorstep. And it took me further 10 minutes to 20 minutes to fucking get my key out and open the door. It was... I never puked that much in my whole fucking life, man. I can drink like a pig. I have what you call a grease bladder. Yeah, I'm the same here. Can contain a lot of beer. Yeah, I used to... In my heyday, I drank a bottle of whiskey plus beer before we went out drinking. So that was at the home party. Pre-party, or what you would call it. So we do that a lot here in Denmark. We gather at a friend's place at like 6 o'clock, sometimes 2 o'clock. You know. Sometimes even midday. Drink, take a nap, and go and drink further. But normally, it's like, you know, dinner time, 6, 7 o'clock, we meet at either my place or friend's place. And we would be drinking and inviting guests over to around 10, 12-ish. And at that time, I would be drinking 1 bottle of almost a liter of booze and beer. And then go to town and then drink down there also. That was normal day for me. But again, I'm 6'4" and I'm a fat motherfucker. Back then, I trained a lot. Like, I was in fitness 6 days a week. So I had, you know, my metabolism was fucking janked out of whack. But yeah, I could, no problem. Very traditional northeast cranpie style. Buttery is long-lasting food for voyager or fishermen. I'm actually starting to I'm starting to like Fisherman's Friends now. You know, the small candies or what, you know, you get in that bags. Fisherman's Friends. I'm starting to eat them once in a while now. Once you open them, you can't close. Yeah, I it looks like something. It looks amazing. There's so much food I would love to taste from around the world. Like Asian food, Scottish food. Just like a British breakfast. Yeah, yeah, 70 centiliters or something like that. Yeah, I drink one of those. But it was like over like 5 or 6 hours. You know, it was from like 6 o'clock to 10 o'clock, so 4 hours. 4 or 5 hours, and then we would go to town. And I would have like, I didn't drink much when we went out partying. I would have like 3 or 4 or 5 beers because I drank all of that before. Oh, dumplings. Dumplings. But damn, I had to pee. So this one in this area, we don't eat pork. Considered bad luck to even have a pig in the village. Oh, really? There is some, like, I love bacon. Like, who don't like bacon? But I don't eat much pork. It's more beef or chicken. Mostly chicken nowadays because I am getting older and I want to get fit again. You know, start to work out again and get buffed again and all of that fucking shit. So I'm starting to, a lot of chicken and rice and, you know, vegetables and stuff like that. I never been a big pork guy, but there are some pork meats I like. My worst drinking was like 30 bottles of beer-based Alcopops plus 3 normal beers. Oh my god. What about Jaeger bombs? I love, cold Jägermeister. Oh. Or Jägermeister and soda. I could so use that right now. Oh my god. Me and my friend, I live 30 minutes from the German border. So we always went over to Germany to buy our beer and booze. And we got a Jägermeister t-shirt that said something like Unleash the Beast or something like that in German. And it was like with the Jägermeister logo on it. And then we had like a liter of ice cold Jägermeister to get each. And we almost drank that day. During that day. Sometimes we had soda on it, sometimes we didn't. But like if you take a Jägermeister and you put it in the fridge, it's amazing. But warm Jägermeister is not that good. Wow, 30 bottles. Fish and seafood is best because it's all free. Yeah, I love fish and seafood. I love it. I love it. In Denmark, it's a little bit. Some don't, some do. But I love seafood. I fucking love seafood. Jägermeister was the only booze that made me puke. Keine Feigling. You know what Keine Feigling is. They made me puke. And I have not had them since. When I was a teenager, I think it was like 16 or 15. See if I can spell it. I can't spell it. I can't spell. How do I spell kind of Feiglings? Klein. Oh, there you go. Just so you guys, like, you get them in those small bottles. You can get them in big bottles also, but normally you will get them like in these small bottles here. Like you can have them in your pocket, your breast pocket. But in the 90s, when I got them, they were like this here. And they're like, what is like 4 centiliters in them or something like that? Because my friend bought a couple of cases here. But you could also get them in liter bottles and 70 something bottles. But yeah. We drink those here, and I got so fucking drunk. That when I got those, that was the first time I was so drunk that I puked. And ever since then, I can't drink kind of Feiglings anymore. Never. I can't. I just can't. And that was like in the late 90s. The big bottle of them are going to kill you. Yeah. But yeah, 30. But is it like 0.2 liters? It says. So 20 centiliters or 2 centiliters or something. I can't fucking think. But I have been to parties where they had the big one, And I took like a sip of it, and I was just like, well, no. Please don't. But yeah, my friend had a shit ton of these here. And I was so drunk. And it's not because they are bad tasting. They actually taste really good. Like it's like sweet. You know, they have the sweetness to them. Again, from what I remember. But damn, I got fucking drunk on those. Loungebird dancing under UVs with lasers and listening to Ramenstein libraries and other industrial tech. Yeah. The small ones were my lifeblood when I turned 18. Yeah, a lot of people. Like, they are good. They like, if you want something that don't taste bad, but gets you drunk fast, these are amazing. They have like again, Yormans, I don't know if I'm right now, because again, it's been at least 15 years since I had the last one, because I have tried them over the years, but it's at least 10 years, if not 15 years since I had the last one. But they have like this fruity taste to it. Like blackberry, maybe? Blackberry-ish taste. But apparently nowadays we can get them with different tastes also. But yeah, they damn, man, everyone down here in my town drank them, because again, we live really close to the German border. So, and they were really cheap. Let's see if I can find a English-speaking site here. The feeling bottle reminds me of Henry vacuums. I have no idea what that is with those eyes. They have a ton of flavors these days, and all of them are very, very sweet. Yeah, it is a sweet liquor. The girls used to love them because they, you know, they had this sweetness to them. This is their official website. Yes, I'm over 18. Yeah, they have green lemon, mango, banana, licorice, red berry, bubblegum. Oh, the bubblegum one must be like fucking getting candy in your mouth. That can be dangerous. Like, the worst drinks to get is the ones that taste like they are not drinks. You know, they taste like candy or soda and stuff like that, because you can just drink them till you pass out. I kind of want to taste them nowadays. Like I said, it's been at least 15 years since I had one. I have had Jägermeister in the last 5 years. And vodka and whiskey. Gin, probably all. Alcopops. Yeah, something like that, yeah. Oh my god, I wish I was 18 again, man. Oh well, if I was 18 or 19, I would be out partying right now. I would not be sitting here talking to you guys. That reminds me, I need to get some food in my belly because I'm really fucking hungry. So I have to stop for today. But yes, thanks for stopping by, and we got to talk about a lot of things today. But that's kind of the whole deal with this fucking live stream things here. The best drinking tour I ever had was with my brother in Hamburg. Is a really, really good place to drink. Later night, we went to Hamburg, beer and food. Oh. Yeah, cold. Yeah, you're right, Mark. Like outdoor seating everywhere. Yeah, have a nice evening, everyone. And thanks for stopping by. And I hope to be back next Saturday. I won't promise anything, but I do my best to be here at least once every Saturday, you know, once a week. But we have Easter next week, so I have a lot of free time off work. So I probably will be doing more live streams. While I'm also doing my videos, of course. So yeah, see you all later. Have an amazing day. Take care. Bye-bye.